is the problem.
You son of a bitch!
You should be embarrassed about that.
Well done. I should be or shouldn't be?
You should be.
I am. You know, it's haunted me for 48 hours.
Good. I will make sure it's used every chance I get.
I got worse where that came from, though. I'm sure that's
I know.
nothing. The gravitas from that opening is all I heard was public domain. I heard these chicks singing public domain. That's a great gig, right?
There's no domain there.
Public domain.
It's not public domain.
That's a great gig for a kind of an unemployed singer or musician, is to do this kind of like public domain, uncopyright stuff for, what is it? Would you get that from like a general service?
Exactly. It was the least offensive.
So they hire people to sing these little jingles, and they have, they've rights to you lock, stock, and barrel.
Mm-hmm. I'm just a little tired of the theme, the original theme.
Yeah, you get sick of it.
It gets a little goofy sometimes. It's like, okay.
Welcome, everyone. Deppisode 81, WINO Forever, the Deppening, Gina Bobina. This is the first time in my life I've ever used the word smush, but thank you so much. You guys hit the smush like button for our beautiful Sarah, or she won't come on. I echo that, Gina. I know a Smush Parker who is a guard for the NBA, and doesn't smush also a Jersey Shore term for the intercourse? Isn't there a smush room? Is that right? Is that a?
I've never heard that.
For effing, I believe it is. Thank you, Gina. Sarah is very adamant about smushing and the like button.
It doesn't even matter anymore because they do what they want. YouTube does what they want.
Oh, YouTube. That's so true. Hooper, welcome. Cindy Clausen, welcome. Everyone who's in here. Pellel, welcome, sir. Pellel had a great. I was just looking at Pellel. I'll get to that later. With Melvin had tons of great stuff. He posted videos. He's always on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
The hell was I gonna say? Oh my God. Sarah and I have a theory that YouTube just assigns statistics. They don't like, it's not accurate. It's like really not accurate. They just do whatever they want. They just assign you views and likes as they see fit. Just
what happens? Random. We had over 2,000 views this morning or last night on this last video, which that's good. That's great.
3,000.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
No,
3,
it was close to 3,000. No, it was close to 3,000.
Okay. When YouTube, they have an overnight process where if they don't think that you viewed the video long enough to count as a view, they will take that away overnight. So whatever, they do what they want.
And I'm not obsessed with these stats like I was with my own basketball stats.
It's a little jarring.
But it's weird. It's creepy to me, the observation of it, how it seems like they willy-nilly just assign statistics. Like if you played a basketball game and they didn't take stats, they just at the end of it they just go, I don't know. It looked like you had 16 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists. That's what my eyes told me. They didn't actually, mark it. You can't unview something. Is that, you know what I mean? Like if you view something, you can't unview it. It's an oxymoron. You can't unview. It's like that cliche that's going around. I can't unsee that anymore. You can't unview something. How could you do that?
It's okay. We don't make the rules. We have to follow them.
Babe Lewis, welcome. What the hell? I had this before. I was thinking about this. It's kind of unrelated, but it's going to trigger the John, the rabbit hole. Sarah got into a feud once with Stuttering John and Hal Sparks. And you're going back and forth. And the gist of the feud was you were accusing Hal Sparks of chemical peels, plastic surgery, hair replace,
filters on the camera,
filters, hair systems, hair replacement, hair grafting. What's the term I'm looking for? Hair replacement, just every possible thing.
Well, and then John, because he was sucking up to Hal, because that was his only guest at the time, was jumping in and doing the bully tactic. So I just said fuck them.
No, but,
Then they both piled on, and then I just said fuck them and I blocked
no,
them,
you
and I've been
know,
done ever since.
my point was it wasn't even. I mean, the going back and forth is kind of interesting, and you decided to just like this could go on forever, and you just
No.
so you said yeah, that's okay, guys, I'm good. And my favorite part was the disingenuous way you ended it. This is my very favorite part. You go, that's okay. Hey guys, have a great show.
Yeah.
As if you meant, have
Yeah,
a
I was
great
like,
show,
please
guys.
leave my life. Please
But
leave my
but you
life.
didn't want to make it look like it was sarcastic. Like you tried to make it, but you were so full of shit. You were just like, "Hey guys, have a great show, guys. I'll
Yeah.
see you in the chat. Have a great show."
I can't
And
wait to hear about super chats and the whataboutism that permeates your entire 2.5 hour show.
Bell goes, "I used to like to hit the squish like button, but I've been practicing my smush skills." Uh, what
Missionary sex sometimes is called boob squissionary.
is it really?
Yeah.
Did you coin that?
No, somebody said it to me before we did it.
I like that. Very poetic. Um, Melvin goes, "Hey yo, Sarah, what that mouth do for you?"
It's the same. Nothing. I even burned my tongue today on a very overheated lunch. So now it's numb and it's tingly and it's very unpleasant.
Speaking of sexual euphemisms, let's give Gina a plug for her Phantom Zone alias Crypto Nymphozo. And it doesn't that sound like a Kryptonian villain, Sarah?
Mhm.
Banished to the Phantom Zone, and they need a new. I love Superman going, "Not on my watch, Crypto Nymphozo. Not on my watch."
I know you need to put a link in the description.
You F with the Justice League. You F with Kal-El. Not on my watch. I'll rebanish you to the Phantom Zone. Snap. I didn't even. I know I'm not even adhering to my own bullshit grifting. Uh, and then the second time. So this reminded me of. So this reminded me of the time because I was looking at an old video you did of the finger
Oh
where the
yeah.
whole Australian Depp's finger lopped off and who did it in the bottle and this whole fucking Kennedy conspiracy. It was a Bruder film with Depp's finger. So at the end of the thing, and this might be more disingenuous in your comments to John and Hal Sparks. At the end of the finger, Sarah posts a domestic violence hotline
I
number
know.
as you couldn't mean that less, like you give a shit about any of that.
I
I
do.
was cackling when I saw that domestic violence because I never watched the thing all the way through. I'd only stopped it and whatever. And at the end, there's a
It's
domestic
3
violence
minutes and you never watched it all the way through. That's thank you so much.
no, I did it, but I didn't go to the very end where you have the domestic violence. There it is, Crypto Nymphoza. Am I? Do you hit the E gene at the end with the
Why don't
pronunciation?
you pull it up and play it while you make fun of me?
Nymphoza. It's so. No, I'm complimenting you. This Scott Balo. I'll never understand why these celebrities keep getting plastic surgery. This is about Hal Sparks. They do
Is
not
he a
realize that
celebrity?
they always end up. Scott Balo. I just had this conversation with Monique about how bad it was. Somebody we were looking at, like, do they have any idea? Do they have any idea how bad they? It's really crazy. You know who was gorgeous, real a crush of mine. I thought she should have played Wonder Woman if they ever did a movie in like the early 2000s. Was Catherine Bell, Scientologist by the way,
Ugh. Mhm.
and she had something done, and I'm going, why? Just crazy duck lips. I don't. Is there a plastic surgery connection to Scientology at all in terms of they have their own
I don't
stuff
think
there?
so. No, it's just she had an overabundance of thetans in her lips and they
Yeah.
just went crazy.
What's the Scientology list now? We got Catherine Bell, um, uh, the guy from the who's got that huge Me Too thing now.
Danny
Danny
Masterson.
Masterson, obviously Cruz,
Well, he's
Travolta.
charged with assault of a sexual nature.
Oh,
So,
it's yeah, but it's several broads, and it probably looks as bad as any of these kind of Me Too sexual. Like there's no, I don't think he has a prayer, and he's talking about life in prison, right?
I would assume so. I haven't it's something I haven't followed, but I hear about it whenever there's a random Sino video that shows up in my suggestion feed on YouTube.
He comes up on your Danny Masterson comes. You know
Yeah,
you're into
because
some shady shit when Danny Masterson's coming up on your
you
YouTube
can watch Leah Remini
suggestion.
on Joe Rogan once, and then you're inundated with Scientology videos.
Leah Remini is a hero, in my opinion. A hero.
Except for those nails.
She's got some balls.
Yeah.
She's got some fucking Morian. She's got some fucking onions. I love one of the best. Her fight with Artie was great. I think it was '05 or something like that.
Mhm.
And Artie, she's just like every Jersey bro. She's actually from Brooklyn. Of surprise, surprise. But her story's fascinating, and she is such a little warrior in that Scientology fight. That's some scary shit she has coming after her on a regular basis.
Well,
And all their
she's still alive, and she got out in 2013, so they're not gonna go after celebrity. So her bravery is a little overdone, the label of brave for her. But I see what you mean. Lisa
you
Marie
think
Presley
it's
left too, but she left quietly.
you think it's overdone
I think
doing
so.
that
I mean, no, but they're
documentary?
not gonna come after her.
What I find fascinating about Leah is she takes on the Sea Org in a way which no one has ever attempted. Who's that?
I have no idea.
Mike Rinder.
Okay. Oh, is that Australian?
That's the good. Now, I don't know what. By the way, speaking of fucked up accents, I was thinking about this. Um, I saw a video, and I don't know if we can play this on here. Elon Musk was on Jay Leno's. By the way, that
No.
Overhaulin show is another knockoff of that too. Jay Leno's garage, and so
Mhm.
people always like, "What is Elon?" He was on Rogan's show. That accent, Kathleen Turner, and who's another one with the fucked up accents where you just sort of like not Depp and Angelina Jolie and Madonna in the as starting in the late '90s. I don't know if it's Australian, British, American. He doesn't know what that is the most. If you ever get a chance to hear Elon Musk in long form, that is the most that is number one now on the most fucked up accents in all of in
Well,
the world.
from things that have come out about him, he's effed up anyway. Like
Robin Leach.
sexually and in his personal life. He's just a weird guy.
It's he could almost have like his own. Is there any like podcast dedicated to South Africans? Says Gina. Yeah, South. You ever hear DiCaprio's? Is he part South African too? Does he have
I
that
never heard
lineage?
that. He could be.
Says Gina. I think she's right. I think I heard. I don't. I got to trace his complete origins because I cannot figure him out. And I don't mean that as a compliment. I just don't. It's just like everything's so ambiguous
Mhm.
with him. I suppose now there's got to be like an Elon Muskcast,
People
like
are
an
probably
Elon Musk
afraid to do it.
podcast. Yeah, maybe like he's gonna has some influence
I don't
over
know that I would.
Google.
He could
It'd be
sue
good to try.
you. He could
Good,
sue you into the grave.
good publicity.
Mm, no.
Yes, Pellel. Hashtag fuck overhauling. We should have got that. We should have got. I don't blame overhauling as much as I blame. I know the succubus's legal team went nuts because there's no way for her to look good during that. It's too creepy. It's too obscure of a show. It got summarily killed when we were on. That's not just a copyright strike. That's hardcore. We're scrubbing this from existence because she
Mhm.
looked so bad during that.
Yeah, oh god. Jesus Christ. I got distracted with overhauling information. I had something to say and I forgot, so let's move on.
Okay, Babe Lewis says Elon equals South African. I don't know. I've heard that. I feel like he's from 5 different countries. I don't
I
know
don't
what
even
that thing
know.
is.
He's
I
weird.
guess RMD, I love you, but welcome, sir. Have you ever heard Christian Leitner's Southern accent while he was at Duke? Holy shit, that's a phenomenal, obscure observation.
One
Do
of the
you
greatest
remember what
30 for
Christian Leitner
30s.
was? Christian Leitner is from upstate New York. He's so right. And when he went to Duke, which is obviously in the fucking bluegrass, um, the California, I'm sorry, the Carolina sort of circuit of the ACC, he he adapted a Southern accent. I can't believe you remember that. And I remember watching him going, "What is he? He's from upstate New York." And I had a lot of friends from upstate New York. I'm like, what is he doing?" And he literally tried to. I don't know if it was just that's who he hung around with, and it just you started to try to become like that. But that's a phenomenal observation.
Mhm.
when when college basketball people watched college basketball, that was like the height of the Leitner UNLV, the Larry Johnson UNLV Duke.
How many seasons did he last?
In the end, he actually had a much longer career than people realize. He had a very mediocre to slightly above average. He played on
Minnesota.
Minnesota,
How long was
right?
he on Minnesota?
Atlanta. He was on the Timberwolves. I want to say about 8 seasons, maybe.
Oh wow, okay.
And he was on Atlanta. I think he made an All-Star team once in a really bad year where like everybody was injured and needed like an alternate replacement.
So the same way he got on the USA team. He was covering for
Yeah,
somebody that was injured.
that's an interesting comparison. That's the worst. Him on that fucking dream team. That annoys me like to this day that they had that gratuitous college player on there.
Well, thank
That's
God. Thank God though he was like the water boy. I think he played a minute a game.
that's the comparison you could do. Like when you said like someone doesn't deserve anything, like Christian Leitner deserved to be on the dream team like Elvis deserved his black belt.
How dare
How about
you?
that?
Nobody filled out a karate suit or a gi, whatever, like Elvis Presley.
Gina Bobina's volunteering to be a project manager for Elon Musk. There's South African wrestling called Full Nelson Mandela. That's so Andrew Morgan. Andrew, look at his wrestling pose in his avatar.
I can't see it.
That's vintage. Oh, you can't see it?
No,
It's
not
vintage
really.
Andrew Morgan.
Okay.
You're not looking at a PC?
I am, but it's still small.
That's Pell. That's Chris Webber. You're confusing Leighton with same kind of era, same couple of years. I could see how you would do that. That was Chris Webber who called the timeout. They were out of timeouts. Michigan.
Isn't Hooper the baseball fan?
How could you? Yeah, Hooper has a name with Hoops is his nickname, and he says nobody cares about basketball. The irony, right?
Yeah.
Somebody's
The biggest story to come out of a baseball game in the last month was some woman giving her trash boyfriend a BJ up in the stands.
It reminds me, Melvin. Again, Melvin posted the mastic moments from Opie and Anthony. Not anymore. It's not Hooper.
It's
America's
not the 40s
pastime.
anymore, Hooper.
I'd say by 1994 that was a thing of the past. You cannot no longer call itself America's pastime. Not based on Monday Night Baseball ratings with 400,000 people watching. I heard this stat that I was watching that you showed me this thing, and I watched this. It was a Cleveland sports show, and they said that the Baker Mayfield's
Ugh.
preseason Carolina Panthers games got better ratings than the actual Cleveland Indians do in Cleveland.
Oh, well,
Baker Mayfield on the Panthers.
I believe that, but Baker Mayfield. I'm not even going there. So all right.
Go there. Gina Bobina's a huge Carolina Panther fan. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Have fun in the fourth quarter when the game's on the line. You're welcome.
I can't wait. That should be. I don't know why that's not on Thursday Night Football or Sunday Night. That is a tremendous drama and storylines in that game. I'm not saying this with any bias or that. I don't know why that's on. They fucking buried it at that time slot that I hate so much. 1 p.m. Eastern time Sunday, which they run way too many games to get. They should move 3 of those to the second slot. That's pissed me off for the longest time. And on the West Coast, it's 10 a.m. So you're wasting that whole swath of games at 10 o'clock in the. Who's watching the NFL at 10 o'clock in the morning?
Me, I love it. I wish it was on at 7 a.m.
What if people are doing stuff at that time?
I got all my shit done before 10 a.m. You need to get up before 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Have you noticed that? Why does the NFL move their most important games to 3 o'clock and 6:30 in the evening? No, the conference championships are at 3 o'clock and 6:30. That's obviously the best time. So why not just have the whole schedule that way? You're gonna base the whole fucking thing around Sunday Night Football? What college football runs games all day long against each other on 80 different channels and nobody's watching.
Yeah,
The NFL needs a better. It's all a cash grab. They're trying to force you to buy DirecTV, I think is what it is, and they're trying to get you to have the NFL ticket. I disagree with the whole their whole plan. I would change so much shit television wise.
I would change the commissioner and make myself the commissioner, and I don't know.
Pell, if baseball lopped off, say, 40 games, who would give a shit?
Ugh,
I think
nobody.
they should cut out the entire month of April. As I've always said that. Start it somewhere in May. I think it's too cold to play at night in like late March, early April. Like
Mhm.
31 degrees, not you're not moving at all. Can you imagine connecting with a baseball at 9 o'clock at night in late March in a northeastern city when it's 28 degrees and 98 miles an hour, and you know you know how stupid that is.
Mhm. The whole thing's stupid. Boring.
Cindy Lou Who, welcome. Good to see you in the chat. Okay, so let's get started here. I'm going to start with an article just to get. So now, oh God, so I knew this is going to happen. And to no surprise, Depp is joining Jeff Beck on his American tour.
Mhm.
And
I got tickets.
what do you suppose, Sarah? This is probably after the filming of Jean du Barry.
Yeah, I don't know when that's scheduled for. It was just announced that he's doing it. Could be a year from now that he does that.
Jean du Barry?
Yeah.
No, they showed the filming of it. Remember we saw the picture of it
That was
in
the
the
King Louis movie.
that's the same movie.
Is it? I thought he
You're
was doing
you're
he was
confusing pretentious European movies,
all
Sarah. I
right.
know it's difficult. It's not difficult to do because I'm doing it too. So the fucking Modigliani, Modi, they're two different movies, and you'd think that they could easily be the same film. I'm not like that's how annoyed I am. Like one of my choices to revamp his career was to get rid of the Euro period pieces. That's like out. That's completely out.
All
Tim
right.
Burton movies and Euro period piece out, out, out.
I
That's the
approve.
I mean, like, who do you suppose? What new fans are going to see these movies? You think the TikTok goldfish brains are going to watch Modi and fucking?
You might be shocked.
They're not. They'll say they watch. There's no way they.
That's
If they
true,
don't have
yeah.
the attention span for a video more than 20 seconds, are they going to watch Modi
Well,
and
most of them also
fucking
say they're
Jean
not.
Dubarry?
Most of them say they're never going to watch Aquaman 2, and they signed that petition, but
Well, that,
they are. They'll watch
well,
it.
we go over that. I mean, I hold to that back in 2018, there was already protests against her and petitions, and yet Aquaman's the number one DC movie. So the key is that we say all the time, Raz, say you're protesting it, but don't actually protest it.
Yeah.
Sign the petition and claim you're doing, but saying it is better than doing it. And I contest that. It's not even the same fan base. It's not even, you know what I mean? It's not even large percentage of Depp's fans wouldn't have even seen Aquaman to begin with
Mhm.
that who are even cinephiles. And I
Mhm.
don't know where were these people for Transcendence? Where were these people? If you're such, they don't even know. This is what I hate about all the grifters now bandwagoning onto this. Where were you for Mordecai? Where were you for the astronaut's wife that I saw 6 times? Where were you for the Ninth Gate, which Lauren Marie saw 8 times in the theater, which I think I did too. Where were you for these? Now you're claiming you're protesting stuff. You didn't see any of his films in 20 years. So
You
now
know,
you're protesting, really?
you know which one
Ugh,
annoys
ugh.
me the most? And we've mentioned him briefly, but Popcorn Planet.
Yeah, he's the
I
biggest
started
grifter.
the beginning of a video he did on Brittany and Kevin or whatever. I don't even know what's going on. So
Wait a minute, this guy's in his 40. Wait,
I
he's
don't
like in his
know.
mid 40s and he's obsessed with Britney Spears.
Well, I'm getting to that.
Okay.
But I don't even know what's going on with that story, and I really don't care. But I pushed play because I was in the kitchen working and I wanted to hear something in the background. So he starts in and he starts getting emotional about how he was very upset and he was going to have to pull himself together
Yeah.
to talk about how Kevin Federline was hurting his queen, Brittany.
Is it fake histrionics? Is it
It's
like
fake histrionics because he is pandering to the exhaust fumes of the Johnny Depp movement with
right?
these women who are just up in a tizzy about, Johnny, their love. They've moved on now to fighting for Britney. And
I don't know.
I
I
was
don't know
so
for a
douche
fact.
chilled.
I'm sorry to interrupt you,
No, you're not.
because I'm asking you. The Britney Spears has like a similar type of fan base. You know what I mean? Like, is there
It's
like a
moved on to it was more a lot of don't take this the wrong way, but I don't know how else to say it. LGTB folks
yeah?
in that group. who were fighting for her. Good for them, fight for her, whatever, conservatorship. I don't know if it's right or wrong. I don't know the details. But they were like in the streets marching. I don't know. But anyway, it's moved on now to these. A lot of these women don't have anything now to do with their time because the trial's over and Twitter becomes a bore.
Right.
So now they've moved on to fighting for Britney and her kids and against her father, I guess. But yeah, he's pandering to this group because he's making thousands of dollars in super chats every episode. And I he's
I get to a point,
that's
Sarah,
the
where
one
I
that
don't
gets me the
believe,
most.
like, I'm so cynical. Like, I don't believe most swath of Depp fans care about domestic abuse on any level. Color me cynical, or the Britney fans care about any of these supposed social issues. Or I don't. I really believe like they don't actually care about any. It's just the shiny new thing to latch on to. There's not a stitch of passion for domestic violence issues or defamation. I don't. I really starting to believe that. Like
Mhm.
none of that is any genuine concern.
Well, they look
Really,
up they
as much of a concern as you're posting the domestic violence hotline at the end of that finger video.
what did I make off of that? Maybe 5
I
cents.
know. I'm not talking about money. I'm just talking about.
So, well, I am, but they just go into their YouTube creator studio and they look at the analytics of what's making money right now and they make a video on that topic.
Right.
And yeah, am I jealous? Absolutely. I wish I had the balls to do that, but I'm only going to talk about stuff I give a crap about.
That's right. That's I can't
And if it makes
imagine.
me $5 at the end of the month, I
Yeah, it's
guess it's
called.
$5.
There's a word for that, friend. It's called integrity.
Well, I have very little of that, but I have more than most of them.
Jeff Beck kicks ass as Ben Benjamin. Yeah, apparently the Guitar Heroes, what he's up there. I don't understand. Like his musical career, I'm hazy on. He's just sort of jumping from band to band, and he's a guitar hero. And I don't know if you could even do that anymore. Of the guys in the '70s like Clapton and all these guys that how everybody likes all the same guitarists, like these 10 guys that everybody, and it's all arbitrary. I mean, there's a guy in playing at the bottom line in New York, at 3 o'clock in the morning, who's as good a guitarist as any of these guys. He just didn't hit at the right time. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? It's just all arbitrary. I hung out with this gaggle of musicians in the early 2000s, like who were like phenomenal. These guys were phenomenal. There's nothing you could throw at them they couldn't play. And I'm like, why is Jeff Beck better than Mike Ravatsas? I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea. It's not my friend Mike or uh, Scott Tabin. Anything you throw at them, they could play it. So,
Mhm.
what do you judge a guitarist on, other than I can play any riff you throw at me? What else do you? So why? Because the guy got signed by a label, he's better than Paul Cusimano. I mean, there's another guy like who would play anything you threw at him. Anything from a strange pop music to a cartoon theme. These guys were as good as anybody. I'm not kidding.
Mhm.
If, in my opinion,
Somebody, Gina says I should go on Andy's show. I would go on Andy's show, but he wouldn't like me on his show. I have this weird fascination with going on Stuttering John's show, but I would last maybe
he'd have
30
you on.
seconds.
You should do that. That'd be a huge. Elvis
See,
Depp.
my
Go ahead.
problem is I'm not going to be on video for his pleasure. So, and there was a clip I saw the other day where he had a guest he went too early because he's a moron with StreamYard, which isn't really that hard to bring somebody on the screen. So he brought her on the screen early and she hadn't turned her camera on yet. So he gets into this pompous, I am the king shit of StreamYard tone
Right.
where he goes, what's her name? I'll call her Cindy. Cindy, this is a video show. You got to turn your camera on. And he kicks her off the show.
Cindy Clausen and Cindy Lou who are fighting over who you're basing your Cindy on in the chat right now.
Yeah.
And so he booted. She never came back on.
I don't think I think he was just like misogynistic John and she didn't have her camera on yet because he can't fill 20 minutes by himself.
how fast did he hit on her?
I don't know. I don't watch his show. I
Okay. I
can't.
mean, I know that's an ongoing kind of. You know how we're always they take bets on us being late. We're
Mhm.
gonna start at 7:05 or I think that's a John thing in the chat. They like how fast is he gonna hit on the female guest, no matter who she is.
So gross.
No matter what. Elvis Depp is getting his black belt in guitaring, says Pell. Tim Burton. Pretentious people who brag that they saw it because they are cultured make themselves seem interesting. That's a good point. Arm is triggered. He always is, isn't he, Gina? He always is. Elvis used to eat PBJs and bacon sandwiches.
I think it was just peanut butter and bacon. I don't know if he did the J.
Cindy Clausen asks, it's a great question. Do you think Depp is fit enough at this point to do an action movie?
No. Right
You know,
now, no.
Cindy, I honestly would if I found a cerebral action movie. That's a great. She makes a great. It's a great. I don't. It's such a good question, and I don't even. My brain's kind of spinning.
Well,
A lot of people piss on the action stars that he does the same thing all the time. You know how hard it is to do some of the martial arts that, like, say, Keanu Reeves does in
I
these
give him
John Wick
props
movies.
too, though. Tom Cruise does his own stunts. And
No, I
there's
know. If you I know you can't take it away from. Absolutely, Sarah.
But Depp has the kind of body where if he loses 5 pounds, he looks fantastic. And
Cindy, I actually would love to see him forced to get into that kind of shape to be able to pull off a Keanu Reeves, John Wick type. But she brings up such a rabbit hole here. I can't even. I wasn't prepared for this. I am prepared for it, but it's so much going on in my head here. He was. A lot of people don't know. He was offered the Matrix, and you can clear the Wachowski brothers.
oh god, I'm just
Howard's
picturing him like his Once Upon a Time in Mexico look in a
right.
trench coat in the
I think it would
Matrix.
be great. I
Oh
think
my
it would.
god.
He turned down the Matrix, so it did 3. And Keanu Reeves is known for it and did a great. Now, could you picture Depp pulling off the martial arts Keanu Reeves has to execute during those movies?
I gotta go
Like,
charge my vibrator. I'll be right back.
apparently, Keanu Reeves. Not apparently, he is like a pretty high level martial artist. He knows this shit, and it's no
Sweet
joke.
guy.
It's one of the sweetest guys and one of everything right in Hollywood.
And
In
let me
terms,
real quick. There was a story I saw where he kind of walked into the middle of a wedding happening. I don't know the context, but he rushes off somewhere, puts on a suit jacket, and goes and sits and watches the wedding, and then takes pictures with everybody at the reception. This
I
was fairly
think
recently.
Oh, I don't know. I saw something like he's just like I know we played that video of him in the airport where like 1,000 people was stopping him
Yeah.
and he just politely posed with everyone on just gonna be late for a fucking flight. I mean, he's marching through this crazy, I think it was LAX,
Mhm.
and he's just, I mean, not a mean, pretentious bone, and that Depp is a lot of the same thing. Make no mistake. Depp is as approachable and as fan friendly as it gets, but Keanu Reeves is like slightly different. But again, to answer Cindy's question, I would absolutely love to see him do a full blown testosterone driven action movie with some kind of original twist to it. Did you know he turned down Wolverine too?
No, I didn't. I don't know if I like that.
Again, we got to do the comic book show with Depp, stuff he turned down or rumor. I mean, it is from Wolverine to the Hulk to Tony Stark to Spider-Man in the 90s, the James Cameron version of it that never got made.
Mhm.
It's insane. Lex Luthor, the Joker. I remember when it got on the Bonfire guys did the 21 Jump Street thing, and I told them about Tim Burton Depp was going to play Robin, and they nixed it.
Mhm.
He's going to play Dick Grayson in his late 20s. So Depp was
Yeah.
in his late 20s. He's going to play like Dick Grayson, kind of evolved into Nightwing kind of era,
Oh. That's
which
the
is
only thing
perfect.
about
It's perfect.
that's the only thing about Dick Grayson I like was that era.
I like Nightwing better than Batman.
How dare you?
I do. I do.
I need to get back into the DC animated movies. I love them.
I'm a little behind on those too, by the
All
way.
right. Send me some.
I will, and that goes for anybody who doesn't.
I'll watch
I
them
actually
tonight.
still haven't seen the Long Halloween 2-part one.
I don't think I have either.
So I'm so behind on so much. I can't, it makes me nuts. But thank you, Cindy, for that great question. I absolutely would, in my revamping of his career, I would try to find something. He ain't going to do the Keanu Reeves moves, believe me. And
Mhm.
I do believe Depp has some level of agility, and he actually claims he was obsessed with Bruce Lee for a while. Maybe he can bring in Dustin Nguyen again. Reunite with fucking
That's
Aoki.
so wrong of you to say.
No. Even as his martial arts kind of like
He'd be Kato.
consultant. Yeah. Kato, yes, yes.
No,
That's
you know how much shit
brilliant,
he would
Sarah.
get
That's
for that?
brilliant.
You don't think like the New World thinks. God, I'm slurry today. I'm so sorry.
Hey, Pell, thank you, sir. You are describing me. Before you guys end this podcast, I only knew Gilbert Grape and Donnie Brasco. See, you're the guy that I'm speaking to, Pell. You're like the real fan of all those phenomenal Depp '90s movies. I mean, Gilbert Grape was not easy to find when that came out. Did you see it in the theater, Sarah, or
No,
no?
I've never seen it.
Okay, I saw Gilbert Grape 10 times in the theater,
Yeah.
and over and over, I kept making. I heard this little joke. I went up to the guy, and then I said, "Can I have what one for what's no two?" I'm sorry, my cousin and I went. What's eating Gil Gerard? That's Buck Rogers. And I kept changing the Gilbert Godfrey was the next time, and I just kept changing the Gilbert over and over again, and we laughed.
And we
I saw it
laughed
10
and
times.
laughed. What
I
is that from?
cried. I cry. I'm not afraid to admit. I cried during that movie.
I would too. I have a
I
cousin. What's his brother's name? The character's
Arnie.
name?
Arnie. That's DiCaprio's best thing he's ever
I
done.
have a cousin that not only looks like Arnie, has a similar affliction, sounds just like Arnie,
Oh my God.
and wants to be a country music star.
He was brilliant. DiCaprio, I don't call him brilliant every time.
Yeah,
He
that's I
as a
can't watch
younger
it.
actor, he in his late teens, he's really good. In like This Boy's Life. I don't as an adult, I just can't take him seriously. And anytime he
Yeah,
plays a tough guy, it's just laughable. It's
yeah.
ridiculous. But he is so brilliant in as Arnie Grape, and I cried during the scene where what's the mom's first name? Doesn't Darlene Cates is the actress's name,
Mhm.
and she was like 600 pounds, and she died of a heart attack. And you see, this is where Depp you can channel his anger because he had real problems during the filming of that movie. He was
Yeah,
going
he was in
through
heroin. He was
breakups,
into
yeah,
heroin.
and you can trace his problems to one scene. He goes to the basement and he destroys the supports. Do you remember this
No,
scene?
I've never seen it. No.
The mom dies and everything hits him at once. And the Arnie, he's taking care of Arnie, and he runs down to the basement and he just destroys the support beams he built. Him actually, John C. Riley is his friend,
Mhm.
and Crispin Glover's in the movie, and John C. Riley builds a support in the basement because his mom's too heavy to walk on the regular floor.
Yeah, that's awful.
And he goes down to the basement and destroys the support beams.
Doesn't he collapse and there's a fire or something? I don't know.
No, 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 you're right. He collapsed. No, after he destroys his whole life is hitting him,
Mhm.
and you can see Depp channeling, his rage, and he destroys the support, and then he collapses, just like in like a exasperated frustration,
Oh,
and
okay.
he's screaming, and it is a raw kind of, I think, a super duper look at Depp's true rage in that moment. In my opinion, he's channeling the darkest demons.
Mhm. He's a brilliant actor, and to this day, he's a great actor. It didn't help me get through Waiting for the Barbarians, but he is brilliant, and I would say he's top 2 in the entire industry of all time
Well,
for me.
his where he's unmatched is that he has, what do they say? He's a character actor trapped in a leading man's body and face, so he can do the Daniel Day-Lewis thing and then go into Brad Pitt mode whenever he has. So no
Mhm.
one really can do that. That's
Mm,
where he'll always be a unicorn,
mhm.
a chameleon unicorn, as it were. And then you're absolutely right. And then he comes upstairs and they burn the house down with the mom still in it because they didn't want to embarrass her taking
Yeah,
her
it's
out of the house.
horrible.
Ugh,
I
killed
can't
me.
I can't watch that.
And there's like this Bruce Hornsby piano playing over it.
Mm.
Oh, it kills you.
What would you do if it was the end of Innocence?
Well, that's exactly what the piano riff sounded. That's exactly what the piano sounded like.
You'd
The it,
be in, like, in a ditch
oh,
sobbing.
I would have walked out.
All
That
right.
that scene gets me maybe more than any scene in all cinematic history.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Yeah, you actually, like, your family resembles the
Well, I don't have
grapes.
the 600-pound mother,
No, no, I
and
mean,
the
like,
father's
there's
still in the picture, but my he's like my 3rd cousin.
yeah, your
He's
dad's actually the opposite of someone who would walk out on his family.
Yeah. No, never. But yeah, my cousin, he's just that's him. I can't. It's too real. I can't watch it.
Look at NA taking a shot at that. NA with his contrarian views taking a shot at Depp, and I have Sarah's going to probably beat me to it, and I'll let you beat me to it. I don't think Depp is fit enough to do a Slim Fast commercial. And what did you excavate a few months ago, Sarah?
Peter DeLuise in the Slim Fast
Yes,
commercial.
yes,
And I
Peter
sent it to
DeLuise.
I sent it to Sixth and Jump and I never got credit.
Oh, they didn't. I watched that. They didn't.
It
They
was
didn't
it
give
was
you
look what
props
I
on that.
found. No,
Yeah,
you
I found it.
didn't.
You right,
Not that I
right,
want
right.
credit,
That's
but it would have been
no. You
nice.
deserve credit. That was phenomenal fun. You deserve credit.
I have to
Jesus.
tell you when we get to it, Paul Barresi, I found out something really disturbing.
Oh, the you talk about the porn. I'm not. I
Yeah.
mean,
No, thanks.
Playgirl,
Okay.
Playgirl,
All right. No, we're
Playgirl,
done.
Playgirl. Right?
Yeah. All right. What are we doing?
Is Cindy Pello goes? Is Star Wars an action movie? He can play Jabba. Actually, I think Depp would be great Han Solo if they ever recasted it. And I think he'd be a great Han Solo.
I can see that, and I would appreciate that.
I think he'd add his own twist to it. I think he'd be really good at that.
See, I don't
You
like
know who's
Star Wars, so
who's a huge Depp fan?
me,
Harrison Ford. Do you remember? Did I ever play for you the compliment he gave? I can't
I
find the
think
video
so.
footage.
Where did he
Harrison
give the compliment?
Harrison Ford in a it was a movie premiere for something. He might have been at the Black Mass movie premiere, and he said that Depp as Whitey Bulger is the best acting he's seen in the last 30 years.
Okay.
And Robert Downey Jr. said the same thing,
Okay.
and I agree. In terms of chameleon-like disappearing, you might not think the overall movie. You know, a performance is such when the performance is too strong for the movie,
Mhm.
which is I've heard a lot about that. I'm
Yeah,
not
he's
sure.
that's a good example.
Pellel, this is Pellel is pretty brilliant. We love Pellel. This is he,
Oh
you know,
yeah.
he truly is like super Jor-El like wisdom coming from him. If social media was alive back then, they'd be making money off John Lennon's shooting.
Absolutely.
That's so funny. That's so fucking. That's so. I couldn't agree. Oh man.
Somebody with their cell phone would have gotten it on video and they would be playing it on their channel and doing fair use over the shooting of John Lennon.
Then he follows it by saying, "There's a mystique that gives people popularity, I suppose." That's also well said. Speaking of Cusimano, I read Dr. Cusimano from The Sopranos. Yeah, I saw that too.
I don't know
I
what
think
that
it
is.
was the Sunflower Dragon who said she was binge watching The Sopranos again in 2022, which is something I watched it 5 years ago from end to end, and it just gets better each time. I was more focused. I was focused on things that I see. That's a type of series I would love. See, Sarah, I don't want to get off this topic here, but
We already have.
If Depp was offered d- a Donnie Brasco sequel, and so the the way I would concoct this is the premise would be Joe Pistone in witness protection. What happens to him after the trial? And you follow him around, and how does he deal with the fallout of this and the the mob still has a hit on him and stuff. So the post stuff after the trial. Do you think that would work?
Of course it would, and I would love to watch it.
Do you think that let's say that they came to him and they go, Johnny, we can only do this in this frame of time. Would he drop the Jeff Beck tour to do this?
I would say no.
I don't think he would either, and that's what bothers me the most about what we're about to read.
You gotta let it go.
I'm not letting it go. So now we got Deppa's predictably is joining Jeff Beck on his tour. Johnny Beck. This is from
Johnny
Guitar
Bet.
Hero magazine, Guitar World. This is like a Fred Norris fucking thing. There's a guitar center in Comac, Long Island, right off the expressway. I'm
We have
sure.
them here too.
Oh, you have them here?
Yes.
Do you have cheesesteaks there?
They're it's a mud hut in Oregon, but yeah, it has a Guitar Center sign on it.
I heard you just got your first Burger King in Oregon 2 weeks ago. Is that true?
I wish.
Actually, who am I to talk? Long Island just got Dairy Queen 3 years ago.
Yeah, well, you're kind of weird. We've had Dairy
No,
Queen ever since I was born here, so
well, Long Island's arrogant.
I
They think
have
that they have it all figured out food-wise and fast food's beneath them.
I have Dairy Queen's Portland Trailblazer drinking glasses from 1991 in my cupboard. So we have
I
had Dairy Queen here. Oh, the Dilly bar and the chocolate dipped cone, my favorite.
I bet you there is a Paul Allen like rich mogul that would offer you thousands of dollars for those glasses.
No, you go on eBay, they're all over the place.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was like completely
No.
rare.
You like to think when you find something old like that, oh my God,
Yeah.
I'm going to retire off this. That's what I thought in the late 80s when I bought all my basketball cards. It's like, this is it. I'm going to retire off these. It's like a Babe Ruth card in here. You think that every time you'd open up like a Michael Jordan card, they are literally worth a nickel.
We all. I mean, yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, how many things I overrated
Oh
in
God.
terms of worth. I just don't. I'm not. I don't do any of that collecting, selling stuff. If I say even stuff like comic books, I read them. I don't give a shit what happens to them. I'm
Yeah,
not
and that was
selling
my
them. I'm not.
life for 10 years of marriage was because we sold a lot. We bought collectibles, we sold them. That's why I see the Doctor Who comment coming up here, and it's giving me the chills. But my life was around Doctor Who toys for 5 years of that. So, but yeah, Depp would make a great Doctor Who. Do I want that? No.
Well, Doctor Who's been done to death, right? I mean, like, isn't what
In
you
my
call it,
opinion, oh God,
Benedict Cumberbatch is kind of killing it on that. It's like, why bother even
20. It was done
doing it?
20 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to see another Doctor Who. I mean, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
He would have made a great Doctor Strange. I thought that was going to happen because of Downey,
Yeah, I think you hit it there.
and not that Cumberbatch isn't a brilliant actor, which he is. He
Who
was also
cares?
in
He's not Depp.
Black Mass. He's in Black Mass, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Hannity is beating up 10-year-olds in a dojo somewhere on Long Island. Karate videos are for we. I think
The greatest karate
and
video to illustrate that is the Steven Seagal karate, where he gives a demonstration on how to take out a gang of attackers.
NA, that is brilliant. That is, and I think I saw that too, Sarah. Gina Bobine is a huge Seinfeld fan. Do you remember that? Wasn't there an episode of Seinfeld where Kramer beats the shit out of like 7, 8-year-olds or
I
something in a
don't.
dojo? That's what that reminds me of.
I never got into Seinfeld. I never got into oh my God. What James Gandolfini, what's that show? Sopranos.
So
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
yeah, I got to push back on that. You
Throw
got to
me out the
watch it.
window, please,
You
for
got to you
that.
got to watch it. I don't know. You're weird.
I did watch it and
You're
I didn't
weird.
care. I was bored.
You're weird. Your taste is weird. You love reality shows, but you won't watch.
I
Did
will
you watch
watch.
Mob Wives and you didn't watch
No,
The
I got bored
Sopranos?
with that too. I watched like the first 2 seasons and I was
Mob
bored.
Wives would never have existed if it wasn't. I think it's based on really Carmela Soprano. Like I really do think it's based on Edie Falco, which Edie Falco is based on Anne Heche
Mhm.
from Donnie Brasco. Like she's the
Yeah,
first one to do
probably.
it.
Um Oh my God, Big Ange came on Mob Wives, and I was
Oh,
so grossed out. I know, rest in peace. I was so grossed out by her cigarette voice that I stopped watching.
I'm blanking on her name. Lefty Rogerio's granddaughter is on that show, right?
Yes,
God damn it, what is her last name?
I don't know. Legerio.
No, god damn it, I used to know.
I forget. I don't know.
I watched it
She's
because
one
she
of
was.
like the C-listers on the show.
Oh man, she's attractive too.
Hmm.
She doesn't have the crazy collagen and stuff, and
Well,
I
you haven't
forget her
seen her
name.
in 15
I
years, but
forget. I haven't. You're right. The hell was I gonna say here? Pell. It's honestly that guy from Taken can do it. The guy can also play. Can't remember his name. Depp's attempt at action hero was Nick of Time.
which I
You know,
liked.
what you could say Pirates is too in a way. I
The
love
little
Nick of
girl
Time.
cast in that movie looks just like him. The
Very
eyes,
cute little girl. Yes, yes.
great
I forget.
casting.
I don't know if she went on to anything. I can't remember who that.
I've seen her
Uh,
before. I don't remember in
I
what though.
haven't seen her since. I could look it up. I've
No,
since
don't worry about it.
she he well the movie had the gimmick of the real time thing, which was taken from 24.
You mean 24 took it from?
24 took it from Nick of Time, the real time. It's all ticking down, and
Mhm.
Christopher Walken and John Badham directed that. That's what we did the thing on Overhaulin when they met. They reference one of the actors on Overhaulin references John makes his last name Badham, and that's after the director of Nick of Time. And then he brings Nick of Time up,
Mhm.
which is kind of weird. And I called it. I'm so proud of myself for calling that. They set the house on fire so people don't gawk at the mom, and they take her
Yeah, it's
body. Yeah,
horrible.
exactly, Pello. Exactly. Leave Brittany alone. Would Depp make a good doctor? Okay, I'm behind on that.
You're very
Okay, so
behind.
I'm going to read this. This is Johnny Depp to join Jeff Beck's upcoming North America tour dates. Down. Here we go. It gets worse. I didn't see this initially. Depp will join the guitar legend after he finishes the Trek's first 6 dates with classic rock legend ZZ Top. Who's
Oh,
next? Yngwie Malmsteen.
Cinderella.
After announcing a mammoth U.S. tour last month, electric guitar legend Jeff Beck has confirmed his collaborator and friend Johnny Depp will join him for select dates on the Trek. Beck is set to kick off the run with 6 dates from September 23rd, the classic rock great ZZ Top, followed by a solo headlining date October 1st, the Coca-Cola Roxy Theater in Atlanta, Georgia. The guitarist will be joined by current backing band bassist. Oh, you love Rhonda Smith, right? In her work.
I don't know. Yeah, never heard of it.
This
Rhonda. So it's a woman bassist. Good for her.
is
I don't
Guitar
know.
World, Sarah. So we're supposed to know all these names. I think on this
Of
if you're
course.
on this site, you're supposed to know all these people.
Yeah.
The guitarist will be joined by his current backing man, bassist Rhonda Smith, drummer Anika Niles, and keyboardist Robert Stevenson, Bobby Steves, as well as the Hearts Ann Wilson on tour's first
It's
3.
not Ann Wilson anymore.
So they're gonna get her to sing Monty Python, there's too many of us time. Monty Python.
Then here comes her shrill in the background. One of the best videos, by the way. Go on YouTube and find it. But she sings with Jerry Cantrell, a duet.
Oh,
She
she's an
sings a
amazing
song.
singer. I'm not gonna
She
say she's
sings
not.
Lane Staley's part from the what's the song? I forget, but it's off the Sap album.
Oh, so she's from Seattle, right? Isn't she from
Yeah.
the? Okay, so she's one of the original like Seattle. I'm not saying she's grunge, but like
No, she's
Queensryche
not
and that
grunge,
whole
but yeah, it
thing.
was 70s,
Ah,
80s.
Depp will then join Beck for the remainder of the tour from October 4th, with the pair cramming 22 dates across the U.S. One in Toronto. We got to go see Gina Bobina and G Canada up there. I don't know if they're doing a Montreal one. Until November 12th, cities will hit Washington, Boston, Chicago, Phoenix, and more. See the list for full dates. So we go down the Steve Vai. Remember that guy? That's is
No.
he uh Billy Idol's guitarist? Is that who I'm thinking of? Or Steve Stevens? I used to confuse the two of them.
I don't even know who you're talking about to confuse
There's the,
them,
the,
though.
the Guitar Hero. He's one of these guitar names you're supposed to love. The names of the guitar heroes from
I
the
read the
80s.
title of that video they're showing. They're wrong.
So we have Del Val, Texas, Dallas, Woodlands. This is the Woodlands, Franklin, Pelham, Alabama, Orange Beach, Alabama, Atlanta, Georgia, and Depp joins him. I don't know if you can see my highlighting here. Can you
Mm-hmm.
see it? You
Yep.
can see it.
Yep.
I always feel like this is like magic. Like I'm the first one to do this. Like it's such a prosaic internet act I'm doing, and I'm
Well,
I'm like
take the chat off so
fascinated.
we take the chat off so we can see it.
What do you mean take the chat off?
Balo's chat is blocking part of it.
Always start the Spicoli comment. Okay, sorry about that. So Depp joins them, from what I've seen 100 times, in Washington D.C.
Okay, pause.
It's no coincidence that's the Fairfax.
Is this it for the tour?
What do you mean? Is that it?
Does it end at November 8th? Oh.
November 12th,
Oh my God! Look at he gets to the west.
and then
Washington and
fails.
Oregon, Idaho. We're not good enough. All right.
Yeah, you wonder
I
why
probably
they
would have
chose.
gone.
Would you have gone
Probably.
if they were playing in my backyard? I'd close the blinds. I'm going to protest with script
No, you
ideas.
wouldn't.
I'm going to sit there with script ideas.
I don't
Do
believe
this.
that.
I really. I'm going to put. I'm going to come up with the sign that the phrase like the world has enough guitarists. I'm going to hold that one up. Play drums or sing the world has enough guitarists. That's what I'm going to do.
You would be on your knees weeping with your hand to the sliding glass door, like a la Star Trek, that scene where Spock dies. And
Reunite with the kids. I'm going to put.
you'd be sobbing. And
So DC, he catches up with them in DC, so right by Fairfax. That can't be a coincidence, right?
mm-hmm.
so Ben Chu can see him. Guaranteed Ben Chu is at that show. By the way, if anybody's in the D, John O'Reilly, Katie Aldana, I want you to go to that show and see if Ben Chu is at. I guarantee you Ben Chu is at that show.
I think Ben Chu's probably done with him.
No.
Ben Chu might be enjoying the vacation right now.
Port Chester, New York, at the Capitol Theater. I don't know if I know that one. Red Bank, New Jersey, home of his buddy Kevin Smith. Depp, as you know, and Kevin Smith are good. Their daughters are Lily Rose is best friends with
Ugh.
Harley Quinn Smith.
I was
And they were
cringing ahead
in,
of you saying that name.
yeah, Tusk
Oh.
and Yoga Hosers, which is all set. Very I actually give Lily Rose credit during that movie. She sings my favorite version of the Canadian national anthem I've ever heard, and Depp actually plays guitar on this. And I
Okay.
think we could play it because that's public
No,
domain. That's a national anthem.
I don't know
It's a
that it
national
is.
anthem.
I
It's a-
can't guarantee that version is public domain, and so we will not.
Somebody's got to verify this for us because I'm 90% sure. If it's not, I'm gonna put Kingston, New York. Now this is my neck of the woods coming up here. Huntington, New York, home of one Greg Opie Hughes. I'm about 30 minutes southeast of where that is.
Good. You can head over after
I'm
the show. Head over to F.H. Riley's with Opie, and you can have a nice order of chicken strip baskets and
I'm
talk about how great his
I
restaurant
can't
is.
believe you know the name of that restaurant.
I
You're all the
listened to
way up
that
here.
show. Oh God, the constant
You see, Sarah, I
pimping
agree
of that shithole.
100% with you. I agree with your area. Your area is one of the hippest music havens. Your state and Washington, and you would think they would be completely receptive to like that would be a great place for them to go.
If Pearl Jam begins and ends every tour of theirs in my area of the country, why can't Jeff Beck and Johnny Depp do the same?
And have Eddie Vedder jump on stage and sing the shit. He totally would.
Oh, I watched their documentary. I know. We'll get back to this. Their 20 documentary that Cameron Crowe directed.
You know why they use 10, right?
Remind me.
Mookie Blaylock's number.
Okay, all right.
They weren't allowed to use Mookie Blaylock as the name of the band. It's
You
Mookie
would know
Blaylock's
that.
Well, I think people should know that because it's a huge.
Yeah, go watch
Not
that
a little
documentary,
thing.
everybody. But he gets on stage, their 10th anniversary concert. He sings Chloe Dancer, which is a Mother Love Bone song.
Uh-huh.
I wept. I was
Yeah,
so
it's sad. I
overcome.
think it's sad. I think the whole Seattle, the deaths coming out of that, it's very fucking morbid. The museum they have a lot of horrible deaths coming out of that grunge scene. It's terrible.
If you know
Really
anything
talented
about
guys.
Andy Wood, who was the singer of Mother Love Bone, all he wanted in his life was to play like a stadium. He would even practice, like in the clubs, like, hey, people in the back,
Do that again.
He would do that whole thing. And Eddie Vedder makes a comment on there. He goes, every time we play Wembley Stadium or somewhere like that, I think Andy, we're playing this stadium for you. It's like, oh my God. I got very, very throat lumpy.
My question is this. What do you think the ticket sale difference from Atlanta to Washington?
I don't know. I don't even
Now,
know
when
what
you
the
look at
cost
the
of the
tour, it
ticket
just
is.
says Jeff Beck, right? Depp's name's not over the tour. And
Yeah.
what would you say? 70% of the ticket sales are anticipation of Depp.
Yeah,
I
I'm
want to know the
sure.
ticket the differential
No, maybe I would
disparity
say
from Atlanta to
50 to
Washington when
60.
50%. I'm saying 80%.
Jeff Beck still has a following.
I know he's following, but not like this, and not in the States, and not in 2022. Fresh after that fucking massive, where all the posers now are suddenly in Depp's camp, and so I'll go with you. 60% ticket bump from when Depp joins it in DC in October 4th.
If you were able to go see Johnny Depp play, right? You're in the front row. You would throw your underoos up on the stage for him. Your Captain America underoos.
Me railing against the Hollywood vampires, put the guitar down.
You would
I mean,
be so.
we say this, and I say this. I would be such a hypocrite if I attended this thing.
You would be such a fanboy, and you would never admit it after.
I'm not going. I'm telling. If I go, I'm protesting outside. Put the guitar down.
Sure.
The world is enough guitar. You don't think I will?
You would be like, oh, Johnny.
If the thing starts at 8, if the thing start, I'm gonna have just like a 21 Jump Street collage, and I'm gonna have a script of Donnie Brasco 2. Just
Marry
called
me,
Pistone.
Johnny. That would be on your sign. Marry me.
I should do that. I should become like this homoerotic fanboy with all these gay signs
You
out front.
already are.
So he ends the tour in Reno, Nevada, Sacramento, San Jose, Anaheim. He's in like that's easy. I mean, it's easy lifting, right? I mean, these are he has obviously he's got the LA. So does he take a fucking chopper or private jet to?
I think
Because
bus. Of course, when he doesn't have to fly, but I think he's on the bus as much as possible.
he stays home many times. Thousand Oaks, LA,
Yeah.
Anaheim, San Jose is way up north in Sacramento, so it's not like isn't it where that Hicksville trailer community is? You could visit Kelly Sue.
I don't know where San Jose is, to be honest. Sacramento is nowhere near
San Jose is
Hicksville.
very, very North California by like San Francisco and shit.
Yeah, I don't even know that, and that's
Okay.
the neighboring state.
So, again, anybody in proximity of these, I'd love for you to go and get back to us if it's reasonable. I don't want you spending any good money on this. I mean, he's got enough money. Where this money go? I would love to see the monetary breakdown too, Sarah, from the and again, the Hollywood Vampires had a huge controversy with Tracy Jacobs. I essentially believe she got fired because she pushed back on the Hollywood Vampires and the money part of it and had a huge feud with Alice Cooper's manager. And she said, this Hollywood vampire stuff is stopping him from doing good movies. And every time he tours with them, it's great scripts we could be doing. And basically, she got fired because she wasn't on board with the musical arm of
See,
his
while I
production
agree,
company.
that was certainly what probably lit the fuse. I think her ultimate firing was about her being so involved and meshed in with the people that uh, ciphered $650 million from him. She was in way deep with those people. I don't know if she did anything or took money she didn't earn, but she knew more than what she was saying.
We haven't even scratched the surface of their I think I think someday we're going to learn more. By the way, speaking of Tracy Jacobs, we figured out we're only on page 308 of the transcript. And there's actually like 100 more pages of it, which we will pre-record and
Mhm.
release very soon. I'm actually
Maybe
looking forward to that. I
part
hate
6.
that it's incomplete. I thought we were done. We're not done.
I'm excited I get to put some production into an episode.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're brilliant as Sasha Wass, and I think you an Americanized Sasha Wass, and I think you're equally as good as Tracy Jacobs.
Mhm.
But now I can get if it's isn't Chu doing the cross here?
I
By the way,
believe so. I don't know.
you thought you were so cool when you said cross, like you're a legal.
I
You
don't
thought
even
you were
remember
so
doing it. So it
you just
stuck
kept
out in your mind more than it did mine.
yeah, you thought you were so cool when you said cross.
That means you were
David,
impressed by
welcome,
it since
sir.
I don't even remember it.
I think we're gonna see David's return this is it Friday, Sarah?
It's up to you.
We're gonna go do the Soel Moonfry, Charlie Sheen, Ryan White charity with Depp in the late '80s and stuff, and that's just gonna be part of what we're gonna and the Kid 90 documentary that Soel Moonfry did with her
Mhm.
at a time when nobody had a video camera but Soel Moonfry. And I wouldn't even know about it if it wasn't from Marta's recommendation. She mentioned that Depp was mentioned on her memoirs, and I'm like, what? And then I connected the dots that fucking Ryan White charity with Elton John, and that's how he knows Elton John. Like, there's a very courageous kid who died of AIDS in the late '80s. It was a very big thing back then, and the celebrities rallied
That was
around
like
him.
the first big one. That was like the first kid that really got if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but that's the first one I remember of a young person contracting HIV,
How
sorry,
did
and then
he
it going
get
to
it,
AIDS and then
Sarah?
dying from AIDS.
How did he get
I
it?
think a blood transfusion, I'm pretty sure.
It has to be, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we supposed to believe the other ways he got it.
Oh my god, you're going dark.
Melvin's grilling kielbasa. God, I miss that. I miss that. And there's no phallic euphemism there, Sarah. Get your mind out of the fucking gutter. Wish me
Mhm.
luck for the bath time later. I will, Melvin. And Melvin, hope you're sticking around. Thank you so much for all your excavating some videos there. Melvin found he immediately Melvin puts up the Doug Stanhope Jim Norton debate about AA and how Stanhope hates AA and Norton stopped drinking at 17 and stuff. And it's a
Mhm.
great little. It's a respectful debate. It's not like they're friends, and it's just a great conversation.
Do you know
which
why, by the way? This has to do with this episode. The background on your screen on StreamYard, do you know why that's what it is?
I don't. I don't actually.
I view this as what a possible booth looked like at the Viper Room, like when the lights were on,
Good call. Yeah.
and how I wish I could be sitting in one back in the glory
Yeah,
days.
that was my dream to go there during its heyday. I never did. I blame my I blame imposter complex.
Oh
I
God.
blame laziness. I blame depression. I blame finances. I blame all, and ultimately it's my fault. I have no excuse.
Well, first of all, I'm in the next state over. Do you know how expensive it is just to go to Los Angeles, even in the 90s when things were, compared to today, affordable? But back then, my God, a plane ticket, a drive, the gas, even back then, it's insane just to go one state over now when you're like middle class. So you don't blame your depression or your this so-called imposter complex that you should not have, by the way,
I do have
for
it. There's no
not going
question about
across
it.
the country to the Viper Room.
Anybody else have imposter complex in the chat? You know what that is, Sarah? It's a psychological that when you feel like you don't
You don't deserve
deserve
it.
you're undercover as something in a very mundane situation. For example, I was an umpire for a few years, and I never played high school baseball on any level. So I became a decent umpire, but I sat there the entire time going, I don't deserve to do that. I never played baseball. I don't deserve to be judging this kid's pitch. I don't deserve to be here. They're going to find me out that I never played even high school baseball.
Did they ever
I
find
got
you
cut.
out?
I got cut. Not only that, I got cut in ninth grade because I have bad vision and I'm afraid of the ball essentially, and I'm too
Okay, how many
flinchy.
people who you view above you in that situation complimented you on your skill and calls you made?
I didn't. Well, I mean, an umpire, the ultimate compliment is nobody knows you're there. Like you call such a smooth game. I was ridiculous. I think I was good, decent. But when I got to where the ball was coming at me over 75, 80 miles an hour, I couldn't look at it anymore, and I was ducking. I didn't trust the catcher. I
Well,
couldn't look. So
that's
I had this
normal.
foot. Well, that's not. It is normal. The other thing is if a foul ball, you get hit with too many foul balls coming off the tip of the bat at your head. My head cracked open once. I had a mask on. I had a foul tip come at my mask. It hit my mask, and I had a hat on. So the stitches in the hat cut my forehead open from a foul ball.
Yeah, and I would be done at that point.
I was done.
So you
I
lasted longer
stopped
than
the
I
next
ever
year.
would have.
I stopped the next year. You were very much at risk.
That's sanity.
If if you turn the wrong way, you are very much at risk with
Yeah,
getting hit
no,
with a high powered missile.
no.
And I couldn't stand that I had no control over getting out of the way.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? As an effect, like you can't. You are a victim of what that you can't. You can try to duck. You can try to. So I was so flinchy, I couldn't do it anymore. I just it wasn't. So I felt that's just one example of the many times I have imposter complex. I'll
Mhm.
go to the bank, and I'll just be like, "Do I? Am I wealthy enough to even be in this place?
Oh,
I am too low. They don't want to deal with me. I don't deserve to have a bank
I
account."
walk
That's how. I mean, you could call it low self-esteem. I call it imposter complex.
yeah. I walk into a bank and I'm thinking I may have $20 in my checking account, but
Yeah.
half the people in this line are probably overdrawn and
Yeah.
pulling their hair out, you know, and had a anxiety attack at the thought of coming to the bank. So that's how I soothe myself. I self-soothe that way.
If you have imposter complex in a financial situation, just think about Trump,
It's
right? Just oh, I'm negative $800 million in the hole. I'm bankrupt. I'm good. I'm bankrupt. I'll
yeah.
just grift off. Like if he can be 800. He actually had a very self-deprecating thing. I saw this recently where he said he was walking with. I think was it Melania? No, it was Marla Maples. Okay,
One of
he
his
was walking.
thoughts.
It was Marla Maples, and it was an
Mhm.
interview with Roger Ailes from the '90s. I watched a few months ago, and he said that he was walking down Fifth Avenue, and it was during his bankrupt phase, and he saw a homeless guy with a cup out, and he's turned to Marla Maples, and he goes, Marla, you see that guy right there? He's $500 million richer than me because he was at negative. He was so bankrupt, and I think that's what he owed.
Mhm.
And that's the one time I'd seen Trump be self-deprecating.
Yeah. He was likable for a period of time, but
Oh, I loved him on the Stern Show. Loved him.
hmm
Fine Chuck says we got to have a Deppening meetup at a concert. That's a phenomenal idea. If we were all in this,
we
phenomenal
take
idea.
up the entire first row. That'd be great.
The Paramount in Huntington. I don't know if I've ever been there, Hooper. Is it a nice venue? I can't. I went to a show one time. I saw. I forget who. I think it was the lead singer of Social Distortion. I was
hmm
roped into going to that show, and I think it was there. And I saw a really nice. I think if that's the same place, it was really Mike Ness is his name. Is that his name? Any
Sounds
punk? Oh,
familiar. I know
that's
that.
right up Scott Balo's angle right
Yeah,
there.
he would know.
Gina Bamina, yes, I think it was 1991. Must be what she sang all time. Oh, that's is it circling back to Heart? I think we're doing there.
I don't know.
Remember that song? Oh God, it came out in a. Don't leave me like this. Don't leave me stranded. If I walk
Isn't it
away now.
Breathless?
No, Stranded.
Oh, all right.
It was like
See,
1990 or 91.
Alone is my song. That's
Okay.
the song that's on my walk playlist.
These dreams go on when
Eh,
it's cold outside. Every second of the night, Sarah lives another life.
I'm
There's
sleeping
something
tonight.
out there.
I'm sleeping. I got to get
John's
up at
falling asleep,
3 in
Chad.
the morning. No night
There'll
for
be a lot.
me.
NA writes, are the Proud Boys doing security for the deputy? He's not a right winger, NA. Come on.
Oh, Jesus, no.
He's the last person who's like, just because there's this, we've taken political sides now with the Depp Heard stuff. He's making no mistake. He's the furthest thing from a right winger. If they've tried to attach themselves to him and he'll have nothing to do with it. What is the if VIP packages arm if you get the meet and greet? I don't could you I can't see Depp doing that, right? An extra
He
meet and
does the
greet
meet and greets.
fees.
Remember those videos with
But he don't charge for them.
it's probably
I
part of your
can't see
ticket. I'm
him.
sure there's a VIP ticket.
Yeah, it's not a great story, but you remember that story, Sarah, about a woman, one of his many lawsuits, and Camille Vasquez, Ms. Vasquez will go into that. When he got sued by a female who his security like bounced her out of, he was in a VIP
Oh,
section
yeah.
watching the Foo Fighters,
I don't remember.
and his security bounced this woman out, and she sued. Might have been successful. I think his kids were there.
hmm
I heard the shuttle service is being provided by Helicopter Mike. It's a Howard reference by Andrew Morgan. Babe Lewis. They might just be taking a break. Someone's scheduled conflicts. They'll restart the tour. I think that's when the Jean Dubarry ends its filming. If I had to guess, Babe Lewis. If I had to guess, the money Depp's kit gets paid for these concerts goes up his nose before he even steps on stage.
Mm,
What do you think he's at with the drugs right now? With the drugs, and the drugs.
I have no idea.
Do you
I
think a
really
lesson
don't.
was learned remotely
I don't know.
from
That's what my conflict
links?
is. I don't know. It being called out so publicly, I don't know.
I'll tell you one thing. If I worked for the drug enforcement, if I was a DEA, I would be stationed outside of his house waiting for his assistants to leave. It would lead me right to fucking Pablo Escobar. I'd do that every day if I was a DEA. Wouldn't you? Isn't that the very first job description? Is follow your leads.
Um,
Hello, hello.
okay, bye everybody. It was nice.
Just kidding, I'm just kidding.
No, you're not. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I'd have to weigh a lot of things there.
Pell goes. That's why
I'm
Stanhope
I'm
was
in
afraid.
I'm in Oregon. Possession is not even illegal anymore. So I got to think of
That's
along the lines of what's legal. I
that's
am law
crazy.
abiding.
That's true.
I know it's wrecking this area. Gotta tell you.
Pell writes, that's why Stanhope was afraid to speak up, afraid of being shunned by John. That's exactly what he wrote, Pell. And by the way, can we make a prediction here? You heard it here first. I predict Stanhope promoting his book. He will go on Rogan's show with Depp at some point.
I think so too. I would love to be there because since we are now part of the Spotify family, I have a feeling Rogan is going to invite us on.
Welcome to the Spotify family and welcome to the Crypto Nymphosi family. Anytime you do that, blah, 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 welcome to the blah, blah, blah family, I never get sick of it. And I think that'd be a great t-shirt thing we should maybe package. Welcome to the something family. And we just keep doing different versions of it. And
Nobody
it's
buys them.
sarcastic. If you wear it in person, it's a great conversation piece. Not even just welcome to the Deppening family, just welcome to the whatever family. And it's kind of sarcastic and It's very fun. I never not laugh when I say that, when I see it. October 20th in Cincinnati could be the Deppening's Cub Reporter, says Andrew Morgan. $75? Nah. I also will send Eric the actor my list of demands. I want to see the age. Remember the days when right wing was afraid of the virus, and now they're all natural immunity soldiers. I know. I love that. I love the virus politics over the virus. Everyone's got the. Remember the antidote Wolverine took to get rid of the. That's exactly what the right wing thinks they have. Undercover New York undercover management was really what 21 Jump Street could have been if it had foresight. Ben, I say this to Sarah all the time. 21 Jump Street could have been like the undercover Law and Order. Like could have gone on forever. There's no reason they needed to see when we get on Patrick Hasberg. That's like one of the first things I'm going to ask him. I'll be like, why did you not have foresight? By the way, he left after season 2. Did you know that? And that's why Depp wanted to leave.
Oh, I did not know
I
that.
just read that in a 1989 article.
You need to get on that then. We need to
I
do that
know I
very
do.
soon.
I know I do. I'm the only one that knows this. So 21 Jump Street could have been this like insane, like the Simpsons of undercover cop shows. You could have just gone forever. There's no story you can't do. So to limit yourself to high school was the dumbest. They're trying to appeal to the teen crowd, and Fox was trying to work that young sort of Tiger Beat sect, but there was no reason to do that. You could have evolved it into. They had no foresight, and there's no reason. I mean, it as soon as Depp had, as you brilliantly say, 9 toes out the door in season 4
Mm-hmm.
is when you knew they couldn't, and they didn't know how to move on from him or replace or evolve. And I find it maddening with a premise like that could have gone forever. I think the movie proved that it could have gone forever.
Mm-hmm. I agree. It should have gotten a lot darker, and maybe
Because
it
what did
would
the
have through the
what
mid
did the movie?
90s and the late 90s, but
Yes. What did the movie do, Sarah? Right? The movie proved it in one fell swoop. They have Depp with a surprise cameo at the end, and that DeLuise, that Penhall and Hansen as the McQuaid brothers were undercover in the 1%er kind of Hell's Angels gang. This for very was it 5 years they said or whatever.
mm-hmm.
That's the show. So that could have been the movie cleverly did a continuation of the television show. So the show could have been going on the entire time. Not that Hansen would have stuck around, obviously, but
God no.
that's they proved like adult cases. It's endless. There's such I drives me nuts. Just drives. And so New York Undercover was basically that.
Mm-hmm. It should have gone down the road of Law and Order and dove a little bit into the SVU department.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would have been great.
They could have done more court stuff, right? They could have done
Mm-hmm.
more exactly. Depp's own case could be on 21 Jump Street.
Mm-hmm. They did the court stuff in the original run. They could have just extended that a bit.
Depp's life as a whole could be a whole season of all the fucking court cases, of all the lawsuits he's been involved in the last 10 years.
I have to mention too, since we're on the 21 Jump Street topic for a second, we're going to have a video to close the show out tonight, but Mr. Arm was actually able to recall certain facial expressions that Depp made
Oh,
throughout 4 seasons of 21 Jump Street, went straight to the episode and pulled a clip of for me to edit into this closing video. You are psychotically knowledgeable of 21 Jump Street.
You're talking about you ought to be in prison when he goes me to Holly Robinson, and then we put it next to the Nightmare on Elm Street one where he's hanging out with the girls at the house, and he's telling his mom he's over there, and Rod Lane playfully tackles him from behind. And he goes, "Oh, did you see his face?" And then Depp goes, "Nee, nee, 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 nee." I really, really laughed at that. I thought that does a really good, nee, 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 nee. And that's what we're talking about. And so Sarah put a like a montage together of these Depp
They'll
subtle
see it.
face. Okay. When are you playing that?
You are
Thursday?
playing that at the end.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you.
It should be labeled close. No, don't play it now. But when we end, hit that.
Melvin, that's pretty brilliantly funny. Melvin goes, but as a matter of fact, I have an imposter complex right now. Yeah, that's my goal, is to make everybody feel what I feel in the chat, that you don't deserve to be here. You're not big enough.
That's
You're
a
not
way
big
to
enough
do it.
Depp fans. I have everything that should do with the thing. Yeah, Scott Baylor, I think you and I talked about the imposter complex a little bit on the Thursday or Friday show. I can't remember which.
You don't have to say anything, Balo, but are you in therapy also? I'm just curious.
I did he ever admit to that?
I don't know. That's why he doesn't have to say anything if he doesn't want to.
I think he's not.
Okay.
I don't think Gina Bobina goes, I just always feel like I could have done better. I think we always Richard Marks feels that way too, Gina.
Whenever I finish with something, I look back on every minute of my interaction with whoever, and I break it down to the detail, and I beat myself up over it. I don't know what that's called, but after it's over, I'm fine during.
You're a perfectionist. I guess it's a perfectionist. You can always feel like, oh, I could have done this. Like, there's not a single thing I do where I don't second guess it
Yeah. I'm
afterwards.
fine during. Afterwards, when I'm home, I'm thinking everything through. I'm thinking my day out. I was like, why didn't I do this? Why didn't I do this?
Yeah.
Why did I pronounce a word this way? I know they looked at me like I'm an idiot. If only I had done this, it could have been much better. That's what I do, but that's from my
Do
childhood.
doing this shit or radio gunk, you're always like 10 minutes later going, why didn't I say this? Or I forgot about that. Or it's just like you can't say the perfect thing in every situation. You
Yeah.
just have to let it go.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I mean, you listen back and that's a way to correct. You can't, you also have to, in order to improve, you have to admit to mistakes and stuff. But I mean, there's a level when you're not really, it's not your career
Mhm.
necessarily. You like, how crazy are you going to get over it
Yeah.
when you have to, you're supposed to have fun, and the fun goes away when you take it too seriously. And I think even our attitude here, and certainly Radio Gunk, is we try to be as goofy as possible. If we take it too seriously, when it starts to sound like NPR, like some fucking McDowell's knockoff bullshit, is when we stop doing it. I
Yeah.
can't deal with taking it too seriously. And
Affy
we do once in a while take it seriously, but I think the goof is the primary thing we're going for.
Affy's saying I sound like Sylvester. Yeah, I know. But there will be a day, Affy, and I know you don't like me. I'm just kidding. But there will be a day when I don't have the slur, and then I will come after you
He
verbally.
means, does he mean the cat or Stallone?
No, he I commented in one of the first episodes that I sound like Sylvester the cat, and I know I do. Please, it's nothing I can help. So whatever. Why am I gonna ruminate on that like somebody said? Um, yeah. But keep in mind, Affy, I'm coming.
Ben goes,
This nerve will grow again and attach itself after being severed. I am on my way.
I got a nerve that's growing, honey. Uh, Ben,
My tongue is dead.
I
I can't do
genuinely,
much with it. Sorry.
I genuinely feel sorry for you. Like, that's ridiculous. That's still going on. I would have thought easily that was rectified by
It could
now.
be 6 months.
That's
What am I
crazy.
gonna do? I can't do anything about it. Why am I gonna beat myself up over it? I'm
And
just
there
gonna
was
make
no
fun of
way you could
myself.
have gotten in front of it or predicted this was going to go this way.
No,
Or
it
this
had
is
to be
like,
done. So, see, the thing is, the dentist, he goes, see, if you have a little numbness in your tongue after, that'll go away in a couple days. And then I go online, and they're like, oh, it could be 6 months. Like,
oh my God.
all right.
Ben goes, I have imposter complex on Radio Gunk's live streams comments. I can never be Gary Puppet. Speaking of Gary Puppet, here's a Melvin with a sex joke. I don't like foul tips coming at my face either.
Foul. Tips
Oh,
coming at your face are not foul.
Gina says, rewatching my streams. Oh my God, I can't. Yeah, a lot of people can't hear that. Can you hear yourself, Sarah? Like Gina's talking about?
Um,
Look at,
I I had no choice in the early days of this. I had to go back and do the editing. So I had the luxury then of if I said something really dumb, I just took it out and never told you. But yeah, you have to force yourself to do it, I think. If you have to do any editing on a video, you have
yeah.
to.
You see all your nervous ticks, she says. Yes, you do. You do. You have to at some point listen to yourself. As painful as it can, most people hate their own voice unless you're a massive fucking egomaniac
Well, like, and
narcissist.
that's another reason I'm not on camera because honestly, I'm a woman on the internet. I don't want that crap. I don't want to be picked
I don't know what's
apart.
in it for you. I don't know what's in
There's
it.
nothing. I mean, if it
What's the upside?
there will be a day when I do a stream and I'll just say fuck it. But it's also I want the freedom to like when I'm sitting here and you're
Oh yeah,
talking.
that's huge. That's for me. As someone who drinks way too many liquids.
Well, yeah, but I want the freedom to like pick my nose while you're talking or something
Yeah.
if I want to.
Yes. I don't know what's in it for you.
Yeah.
Showing the background, and I don't get it. I don't get. And again, I think it's a form of narcissism. You need to see me.
I'm not
I
gonna
mean,
have the frickin' pupil ring light in front of me filtering my face where you see the light in my
yeah.
pupils. I'm not gonna do that. I don't wanna look grayish and blotchy like Stuttering John does, who should not have a camera, first of all.
I mean, there's literally like podcasts dedicated to making fun of his aesthetics and looks
Well, that's
and
his,
well, I'm saying, but that's what you're describing. I mean, that's what happens
yeah.
eventually.
He does it to himself,
Not that
but
you're gonna be made fun of. I'm just saying
oh, no, I
that's
will.
what you're walking into in many cases. I
Yeah.
think there's just no, you know, we're not. Who's the perfect specimen out there
Well,
right
a lot
now?
of people think they are, so I can hide behind my
Jessica.
voluptuous hair.
Jessica, what's her name on Gotham? I
Pell,
forget her last name.
Pell, this is funny. I have to skip ahead a bit. She wants the freedom to Opie her nose. Opie picks his nose and eats it. I don't eat it. I flick it like a normal person does. I'm just kidding.
Thank you, Hooper. Paramount's great. Mike Ness, I love you, but and Scott Balo got it immediately as I knew they would. I find myself, I was gonna complain last time. I'm losing. There's something that comes with like maybe middle aged. I think I realized this post 40 or 45 that my short-term memory is getting really shitty. I believe my
Oh, me
brain is
too.
like a computer hard drive where you delete things
Yeah,
and you can't access like really like I couldn't think of Joss Whedon last time and
it
that
happens.
haunted me for 2 days straight.
I'm horrible
That's
with
supposed to
names
be my
now.
milieu.
Yeah, I'm horrible with names. I'm probably premenopausal. I'm overly emotional. I think about dying alone every day. I well up at least once a day. Getting old fucking sucks.
Well, the dragon is being old. Was this woman on OJ? Oh wait, Sharon Stone, who used to, is Sharon Stone robbing the cradle these days? I saw a story on her the other day that
Oh, I
she's
don't
dating a
know.
really young guy, but you knew she would eventually. Sharon Stone was very pro Depp camp when it was not fashionable, when it was very ballsy to do so.
Yeah.
Like in the Stanhope time, like
Mhm.
she was in his camp way before anybody else was.
Mhm.
Barbara Streisand, remember I found Barbara Streisand. This is when right after the UK trial, when nobody was people really, he he was in a bad way, and Barbara Streisand was on his Instagram
Mhm.
liking everything.
Yeah.
I think she posted it. I She wrote something.
Mhm. Well, if you have common sense and you spend two sorry, NA. If you have common sense and you spend 2 minutes actually listening to the testimony for 6 weeks, you're gonna know who's lying and who's not.
NA says Sarah is an Oregon drug beaver moving drugs between borders for the organized tree crime family.
I'm trying to figure out what a tree crime is. I know here
I
you
want
cut down a tree, you don't replant. That's a
I want to
crime,
thank
but
NA and everybody in the Great Lazarus and Johnny Bye Bye and Melvin and everybody and
mhm.
Brandon and the in the WINO Forever Depping for all your little contributions. Don't think I don't see them if I'm not on there. A lot of times, if I don't write in the some of those forums and threads because I'm on a tablet and I can't type on a tab. My fat fingers.
Yeah.
I need a physical keyboard to type accurately. I can't deal with the bad grammar and the bad pronunciations, and I can't deal with the lack of when you just you know how you can't navigate with a tablet, you can't like write an exclamation or a
Yeah,
capital
well,
letter.
my
I
screen's
can't
cracked, so
do it.
yes, I understand. I don't even I'll watch YouTube videos on my tablet and that's about it. I won't type.
Oh really? Well, why don't you just buy me a car and forget it?
Why don't you just buy me
Imagine
a new tablet and forget it?
Melvin thinks we should make a T-shirt with Mark Harris saying that. Could
We
you
have to make a
imagine
t-shirt.
trying to market that? That's so funny.
I think that'd be great.
I would. Greetings, King Cap. Good to see you in the chat as well, sir.
We need a new arm t-shirt.
We can think of something. I think we should do the you run a tight ship, and I think welcome to the crypto nymphosi family type.
That's
Welcome to the whatever family at the end, and
that's
you
not
fill it
take
in.
money from Gina. That's her branding.
Has been touring with Jeff Beck. The only drugs JD will be on is Vimto. I don't know if I know what that is.
Some
Yorkshire tea,
pretentious thing, I'm sure.
pork farms, pork
Oh,
pies, and
I want a pork
thextons.
pie.
I got a
Oh
pork
my
pie, honey.
god.
Old
Oh,
peculiar beer, very English. And a Depp's case is going to be on Law and Order. This I did see that. I think is that the opening episode. I can't believe that show's still on. Who's the cast?
I don't know. What's his name? Fuck Maloney. He's doing like a mob
Yeah, I remember I
version.
told you the Chris Maloney story in Starbucks. He goes,
No, no, no,
"We
yeah,
didn't."
but I agree. That's my thing. I don't remember names. So Baloney's doing like a mob version of it, which I would watch, but it might even be canceled by now.
Okay. After goes, I saw 21 Jump Street with Jonah Hill. That's what the movie. After you think that I would, they did a phenomenal job on that movie to turn it into like a tongue-in-cheek comedy, and they incorporated the Jump Street the original television series mythos into it. I couldn't have been happier with it. I can't believe how good those turned out. I couldn't believe how funny Channing Tatum actually is.
Yeah.
The Casey Armstrong of the Screen Actors Guild.
Mhm.
I,
People are requesting a Mark Harris t-shirt, so and they said they'll buy it. So that's my cue. That's all I need to
okay,
hear.
make it, said to make it. Do it up.
I'll have it done by the end of the day.
We got to find the fun. I got to find the funniest.
I'm going to put his face on it too.
Mark Harris is as I'm very close to putting him in the beloved category. I'm this close. I have that beloved Stern list of like Sour Shoes and Beetlejuice and Casey Armstrong and Billy West. I think I might. I'm very close to putting Mark Harris in that list,
Yeah.
along with Crazy Alice.
Mhm.
John should have his own version of the Win Depp's Money, where he quizzes any guest that comes in on. That's a great idea, Na. I'm not kidding. That's a really good idea. It's so much easier for me to
If you don't
market
pass,
others.
we drop you from the stream.
Gina Bobina says something very profound here. I couldn't agree more. It's very easy for me to market others rather than myself.
Of course. Yeah, I get
That's
that.
so true. That's so true.
I've tried a dozen different marketing ideas for this podcast. 10 of them have failed. So, it
Cindy goes,
happens.
it's called ruminating, Sarah. Try it
Yep.
sometime.
I'm ruminating right now.
I speak to someone bi-weekly, Scott Baylor says, but it's really not therapy. I really don't call. I don't think talking about my bullshit helps me at all.
I would say that's therapy. You
Here's the
talk to
problem with
somebody.
therapy. There's a million therapists out there.
Mhm.
Are you using the right one? And how much of your life is going to go by where you're looking for the right one? It's like looking
Yeah.
for a spouse or a mate.
Mhm.
You could be talking to the wrong person for 5 years, and
Mhm.
then you realize at 5 years, like, oh my god, what am I doing? There's 1,000 other people I could be speaking to in this area that could get me. Like, I have a therapist, a male therapist now, who's young. Like, my therapist has always been 25 years older than me at least. Now someone's like in my age range and it's weird, but he's phenomenally sharp and hip and kind and with it. And I've not, no therapist has been on this level. And I couldn't be happier with,
Good.
I mean, but again, you can
Yeah.
go,
You may not
you
ever
know,
find.
ever find it. That's scary.
Mhm.
My advice, Balo, is you got to shop around.
Yeah. And then the cost of therapy, first of all, is fucking retarded. I mean, ridiculous. I didn't mean to say the R
Well,
word.
you're in Jersey, Balo. Why don't you see Dr. Melfi? She's great. Lorraine Bracco's practice.
See if you can hook up with Shannon Curry.
New Brunswick. She does.
God.
How about I got a therapist for you? Allison Simon Burns Stern
Imagine the
uh,
hourly rates.
of Roslyn Heights.
It tells me what I
She
know. I
takes
can't
all the
afford it.
benefit plans. She takes all the benefit plans,
Mhm.
and she does remotes. Just talk about Howard the whole time. She'll love it. She's a practicing licensed there. I'm telling you. Look, I'm sure right now Melvin's going to show the link of Allison Burns Simon's practice. She's on all those lists. I telling you, I almost was going to see her.
Yeah, you would have her crying within by the end of the hour.
I think Allison Stern is beloved. How about that?
All right.
You heard it here first.
Mhm.
I think I put her in the beloved category.
What do we got next for the show? Because we have
Okay.
a few things.
Okay. You're absolutely right.
I would spend 4 hours bullshitting,
Hey,
but
this is a fun bullshit session here. I know. Got carried away. We're an hour and a half doing this. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes
maybe
you
we
just
go
get
to
on a
4.
roll.
Let's go. Let's see if we can
We'll
go to
see what
4.
happens. We'll see
All
what
right.
happens. I don't want to get. It's tough, endurance. We'll go. So it's called Overhaulin, right? That's the folder. Overhaulin
Yeah,
Sunday.
whatever I saw
Let's
in the
start.
email.
Let's start with Melvin's finding of course, it's Camille Vasquez related,
Of course, his
and
woman.
she talks about strategy and her first meeting with Depp, and this surprised me because Camille, who we love, but she has a basic bitch side to her. We say this about Beth. I think as a pop culture fan, she could very well be a basic bitch, meaning she likes
Mhm.
Julia Roberts movies and, rom-coms and shit like that. And she's not one to watch, say, Dead Man or Ed Wood or Donnie Brasco.
Yeah.
And she claims to have not been a fan. And again, I want to thank Melvin for finding. I saw this, Melvin. I just hadn't listened to it, and you kind of, because you timestamped this, went right to where you, and so I had to play it.
Melvin, before he starts this, will you take Camille away on a vacation so we can stop with the interviews just for like a couple weeks?
Yeah, Sarah's burned out on the
A
trial
little
beat.
bit.
But again, I want to urge everybody in the Washington, Northern Virginia area, John O'Reilly, Katie Aldana, please go to that show. I want to see if Ben Chu goes to that show, the Jeff Beck show. I'm saying he does. By the way, one of the Ben Chu things I watched, again, I have it here. I'll do it some other time. He was talking about how it was weird that he and Depp are the same age, and he's like, I think Chu's 2 years older, if I saw it right.
Yeah.
And he said it was weird because he made it self-deprecate. Do you think Depp looks much younger than Chu does? I don't know about
No,
that.
I don't look younger, attractive,
Well,
yes,
that's what Chu was
but
doing. He's like, "Oh,
I
he
love
looks so
Ben
much
Chu.
younger than me." He's like, "You look so much younger than me." He looks so much younger than me, and I'm like, I don't know about that.
Would I rather be married to Ben Chu? Yes, out of the
He's
2.
probably a great. He's a new
Great
father, by the way.
man.
He's 61 and he has a 9-year-old,
Okay, hey.
which is kind of interesting. Well, that's what your kid graduates high school, you're 70 something,
I know, I
and then
know.
you go into college. It's always weird.
When I went to
Nothing
high
against it.
school, there was always a stigma around kids in school that had like older parents. Now I look at that and it's like, why did we think that? It was just weird. Like their parents
Oh,
would,
I agree 100%. We all did that.
yeah,
I
their
agree
parents would come
100%.
to a event and they had white hair. It's like, ew.
I had a
Like, no.
friend named Mike Sacca, and his dad was slightly older, gray. He's a little older. Like,
Yeah.
not probably wasn't much. It was probably just like 10 years,
He
and
was probably 40.
we didn't make fun of him. He's a sweet guy, really nice. His dad was a really sweet guy, but you had this thing like, oh my god, his dad's so old, but he
Yeah.
wasn't. But he probably was only in his late 40s or something.
Mhm.
Oh god,
If
you're so
that.
right there. That was such a thing back then, and now people having kids way older now.
Oh
It's a
yeah.
like my sister had I made that how Brad Pitt is supposedly dating Emily Ratajkowski, and the age difference is actually further. It's the exact my nephew and my sister, his mother. That's the age difference, and
Mhm.
how creepy that is to
Don't
me.
compare
Just looking at it as a
anybody to that
civilian,
Doltakowski. Don't compare anybody to her.
I'm just
She's
saying the age
so
thing
dumb.
is
Yeah, I
as
know.
civilians, and so guys, parents are having kids like later now, and so I would love to know what the average age of parents is now. And by the way, I don't want to circle back to I do. Melvin posted these statistics about the divorce rate or the sort of breakup rate, divorce rate, and the age difference, and how it's the higher the age rate, the higher the breakup rate. I give those two, not even if that's true. I give them 4 months. According to Melvin's stats, it doesn't stand a chance. It's like a 2% chance that will last more than a year.
Mhm.
So it's just doomed, and they know it. And that's funny how they know. You know it. It's not going to work. Don't even start. So this is some
Fair use.
legalese podcast. John B. Quinn is the
Mhm.
show. So according to Melvin, and I didn't time, I had to, I downloaded the video. Melvin says it starts at 8 minutes.
Okay. So this is a fair use review of Camille Vasquez's latest interview.
It started at
Preparing
7:50.
for hearings, preparing for trials, and working on trial teams. So I decided that that's what I would do. And an opportunity presented itself after being at Manat for a number of years to go and with a partner to Brown Rudnick, which is my current firm. And I took the opportunity.
So let's talk now about how you first got to represent Johnny Depp. How did that come about?
So I had just started at
How's the volume, Sarah?
That's fine to me.
Seems good. I
Yeah.
can't always go by us. I just wonder how
They'll complain if it's not.
okay. Yeah, of course.
Brown Rudnick when I was approached by some senior partners to work on a new case that was going to trial in 3 months' time. They needed a senior associate to run the massive document production,
Oh
search,
God, I can imagine.
and lead a team of staff.
You think that's a thing, Sarah, where they're faced with too much paperwork and they just go, "I'm not doing this. Let's bring in the 36-year-old." She's probably 36 when it started.
Well, how many exhibits did they have in this case, though? Thousands.
Well, we
So
saw what is it? How do you say it? The new documents, the term for it, the unsealed,
6,000 pages or something like that.
and that's the unsealed ones.
Yeah.
So I think that they delegate, to the younger people that have the endurance to wade
Yeah,
through this
but
shit.
I get what she's saying. You have to bring somebody in with more experience to kind of oversee the whole process. Because if one of them had just made like a juvenile mistake with
Right.
the evidence, oh my God.
Cindy Clausen's on board for the Mark Harris t-shirt.
Yep.
We got to really push. I think it might work. If you did like a Stern related, like I said, all the beloved people, it might
There's
work.
Stern shirts up already.
Yeah, but I mean ones like people Howard's hated. I'm talking about beloved people.
Yeah.
Oh, your Pelican Brief t-shirt is brilliant,
There's a couple
by
of
the
those.
way. And it says "Friend of the Court," and it's got Howard in full fucking Frankenstern rigor mortis mode, and he's doing the political pose where they do. It started in politics where the person Howard obviously Howard obviously practiced this
Mm-hmm.
in the basement with Marcy because he's doing the political pose where you do the remote control, like you have a remote control in your hand, where you're
Mm-hmm.
pressing a button, and Bill Clinton was doing this all through when he was campaigning. And all the politicians do this move where it's like they're simulating holding a remote control in their hand and they point with their thumb at the crowd. That's the thing they all do now.
Okay.
And Howard stole that move.
Ugh.
But I love that fucking Pelican Brief t-shirt so much.
It's
I wear
friend
it
of
all
the
the
court.
time too. Friend of the court. I would love for someone to wear that, buy Sarah's shirt, and then go out in public, especially like in the Stern kind of ground zero area of Long Island and then walk around Walmart or Target or Costco and then see who stops you. See if anybody recognizes it. That would be the greatest conversation piece ever.
Attorneys that they had brought in to kind of go through this mountain of evidence and prepare the trial team for trial. And I was tapped to be that associate. The case was being run out of the California office, even though
Right.
the partner that had brought in the client was in DC.
By the way, this doesn't sound.
Ben 4810 asks, Arm, one question is your psychotherapist. It's a gunk or deppening listener. That would be great if somebody approached me from that was already like but no, I haven't talked about any of this shit. I don't even bring it up to my family. I just think it's such a separate part of my.
Nobody
I
knows I
just,
do this.
yeah, I don't know. It's like I keep it. What does this say? Compartmentalized or something. I don't know who would care about these things. It's so specific to me
Mm-hmm.
that I don't know if I would. They don't know. I mean, my cousin does, but he is an outlier. I mean, he knows this stuff. He's one of the origins of my Stern fandom.
Mm-hmm.
Get kind of triggering it for me, but I don't think he listens to this. I think he's like you, that he kind of hit the bat chute on the Stern show at just the right time. I think he
Yeah.
despises everything it is now, and I don't think he can bring himself to even listen to chat about it.
Mm-hmm.
He
I don't
hates it
blame
so
him.
much. He's so. But no, he doesn't listen. I haven't. It'd be hilarious if he did, like, coincidentally connect the dots that he listened to this or gunk or something, and then goes, "Are you the fucking arm guy?" On
Oh my God.
what are the chances of that?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be hilarious because it is so obscure.
Sound like a job that would bring you a lot of glory, being in charge of a staff of lawyers that have responsibility for this, reviewing this huge volume of documents. That's
No,
doesn't really sound like the kind of thing that you went into law to do. But anyway,
No, but I've always been a naturally born leader. So the opportunity
Oh,
Nice brag, Camille.
I know. I don't. When I say that, no.
There goes the humility, Melvin.
Melvin.
Is she a basic leader in the bedroom, Melvin? Is she a born? I'm sorry, a born leader. Here's what I think she's going to do. I think I've heard this story before. I haven't listened to the whole thing. I think she's going to tell a story about how in elementary school, in the cafeteria, she had a sit down with the cafeteria ladies about the menu. That's just a prediction. I have not listened to this yet. David Bela is calling himself a basic bitch because he loves animals.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I think people look for therapists to eliminate their boredom, says David. And sometimes you need to put yourself in service or avocation situations to create pushback with your boredom. Challenge yourself. I think about David, ironically, people think you'd be a great therapist when they hear you on a show. Like you have the tones and the speech cadence and the tolerance and the demeanor and overall persona of a very therapeutic sounding guy, and that's an ultimate compliment you can get.
To find that key evidence and help put together a strategy that hopefully would be a winning strategy really appealed to me. And I was given a lot of autonomy to do that at Brown straight away. So I embarked on that project, and after some time, the partners were heading to.
Thank you, Melvin. Coming back to our age thing, Sarah. The average age of first-time mothers in America now is up. Thank you, Melvin. From 21 to 26. While for fathers, it's increased from 27 to 31.
Mm-hmm.
So he's equating the 80s, I guess, to modern day, or 90s to modern day. That's a lot. I mean, 5 years is a lot, right? You'd say.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Melvin. Once again, she can get into Andrew Morgan's legal briefs anytime she wants. Oh.
To Los Angeles to meet the client, and they invited me to come along, and I did. And I remember as I was driving up to Los Angeles from Irvine thinking, my goodness, you're going to meet Johnny Depp. I mean, it hadn't really dawned on me until that afternoon that I was going to meet arguably one of the most famous Hollywood stars in the world. And I remember meeting him, and what struck me about him was he was so normal and almost shy. He has this really.
In my experience, a lot of actors, even stars, are shy in person.
Yeah, he has obviously this ability to turn on the charm and be incredibly funny.
Gina Bobina is saying you should promote the shit out of your shirts everywhere.
And charismatic. But I think at his core, he's quite a shy individual, soft-spoken, incredibly thoughtful, and intelligent. That it really struck me how intelligent he was. And I remember leaving his house and saying goodbye to him. And I think the reason that we hit it off so well from the get-go was I wasn't a fan, right? I had really, I mean, to this day, I haven't really seen many of his films or his projects. I mean, obviously knew who he was, but I wasn't.
Well, this is the basic bitch stuff. Now, I'm not saying that she can't not like his movies and not be some cerebral cinephile, but it's interesting to see how they chose, and which I don't know if she goes into it after this, but they did say this at some other point. They chose her because, hey, if a female in Amber Heard's age range and demographic doesn't believe her, who's going to believe you? I mean, if she's this raging feminist, which Camille Vasquez may very well be, she doesn't believe shit. She's the same age as you. Why is she not buying it? She should be fighting for you.
Mm-hmm.
If she's going against you, who would believe you?
Mm-hmm.
And that was their strategy. And it was a very smart strategy, if I may.
Absolutely.
And I actually am proud of myself because I said that the first day we did the trial before they admitted to it. And I think the chat will sign off on it. Every single day we stream a trial, I kept screaming that. They chose her because it said, well, an attractive young woman and exactly Amber Heard's age, or maybe like a year or two older.
Well, it was either going to be her or who's the other female lawyer that was brought in?
Jessica Meyer.
No, the other one that never showed up, but she was brought on to consult.
Oh, good
Making
God.
a murderer.
She was a famous, yes. Why am I? They never used her. Huge announcement.
See, names, I suck.
They never used. This is
Anyway.
the short-term memory I'm talking
Kathleen Zellner.
Zellner, yes, thank you. Did you get it on your own or someone?
I got it on my own.
Good for you, Sarah. I didn't think anyone was going to get it. It's because she never came up other than just a story that went nowhere about. They made a big deal out of it for like 2 weeks. This is when, like, before the Fairfax trial and the in-between, the UK to Fairfax, all these stores every week, a new name would get introduced, and we get way too excited over stupid shit. And that was one of the making of the murder. She was an advisor, I think. We played a clip of her on here, and I think she sat there and giving advice, but she never took.
Yeah.
She was supposed to be Camille, so we thought, and it never materialized.
I still would have liked to have seen that.
A super fan by any means, right? I appreciated his work and his art, but I wasn't a fan that was obsessed with him or the films he had done.
I'm sure that helped you develop a relationship of trust and confidence with him, because he doesn't need fans. I mean, in a lawyer, he needs somebody who can be an objective, trusted advisor.
I agree and I disagree with that. I'm both. I see both sides. If you're a super fan of his, you're going to defend him to the death, and you're going to do everything to know his life. Like, I could do Camille's job. I could have gotten her to third base, and I mean that sexually and in the trial before. So she wouldn't have to research anything, because I'd be there going, "Oh, this is what he did," and then da-da-da. You don't have to read it. You know what I mean? If you're a fan, you can accelerate the process because you know everything about him already.
You'd allow Camille to peg you. That's all I'm
And
going to
then,
say.
oh, I hate this peg. How is it pegging? That's a real thing. Is that a real term?
It's a real thing. It's
too many sexual. We got to stop with it. I think we've had enough sexual terms. I'm done with it. I think
Well,
we need to put a moratorium.
good luck to you,
on
because there's more coming.
pegging.
I'm sure.
How is that even a fucking name? Pellel says, you always get disappointed when you meet your heroes, probably because you invent a personality for them. Yes, sir. When it doesn't match, you get heartbroken, probably because that good thing wasn't what was crack up, and she wasn't even a fan. Yeah, I do feel that if you're, you believe in him implicitly, you're going to defend him to the death, and you're going to take that into the courtroom with you. I think Ben Chu is a fan. I do. I believe
can
he
see
is.
that. I think he's more of a friend than a fan, though.
Yeah, both.
And
exactly.
And clearly that's the kind of relationship that you must have been able to develop with him. How did you do that? Could you tell us a little bit, bringing us up to the Amber Heard case, could you tell us a little bit about your professional relationship with him and the types of matters that you had worked with him on?
Yeah, absolutely. I had the privilege of working on all his litigation, and there's been a number of litigation.
Oh, I didn't even catch that. He's talking about pegging. You keep up with all this. Do you have like a sex term, like mailing list, where they tell you all the new phrases they're supposed to use?
I run a side business that I haven't informed any of you of.
Litigation matters that we've handled for him. He sued his former business managers. That was the case that I was first staffed on.
Okay, so right here, NA is going to love this. So right here, Camille is about to rattle off all the various lawsuits he's been involved with. Even I get my head spun out by this. And one of them she brings up, a lot of people don't know, is his bodyguards. He had 2 bodyguards, right? So they sued him for putting themselves in endangerment because they were transporting cocaine for him. And he didn't pay them, supposedly. So they were fired. I think you can see them in one of the videos we played in LAX with Lily Rose and Jack. They're accompanying them through customs or the security checkpoints. And I think he's Hispanic. Yeah, one of them says Hispanic. At least one of them has an Hispanic last name. And they sued, and I think successfully, because it seems to have gone away. So he's about to rattle off, it's what seems like 10 lawsuits at once.
Need somebody who can be an objective, trusted advisor.
Oh, this guy sucks.
Exactly.
And clearly that's the kind of relationship that you must have been able to.
Okay. He's the opposite, as Sarah said there. He's the opposite of charisma. What you love about Ben Chu and Camille, this guy has a creepy kind of monotone thing. I don't want him representing me in a courtroom.
He needs a co-host like you, because you make up for my monotone.
No, you're likable though. Like you're just not a Long Island big mouth like I am and Monique is. We're born in a Northeast area where you're just screaming over your friends all the time, and we're all trying to outdo each other with who's louder and could say the crazier shit. You're not like that, and you're demure, and you have your own personality. Be glad you're not.
I have
I get
little
I get
tolerance.
exhausted. I get with myself. I
I
really
have
do.
little tolerance for raised voices. I leave the room. That's like my emotional scarring from mother. But that's, yeah, I get it. I just, he just needs somebody to play off of. I don't even know
Uh,
him. He could be
yeah,
great.
no, but I think what we learned was I kept hammering this home that the optics of a legal team is everything about charisma and kind eyes and do you believe them? And that's all the jury needs to see, no matter where you're ranked nationally and no matter how slick schools you went to. All that is total bullshit if you're not believable and likable. I don't care what school you have.
Yeah. My scorn to seem like I'd be a good pager. Go back to that
Where is it? And
right there. I would be a good pager for high class business types. I would love the money, but I don't want to get a whiff of butt. So I would never do that. I like to be dominated.
you know what that's called? Integrity, friend.
I don't like ass. Ugh.
Gina Bobina calls you the voice of reason. I go along with that, Sarah.
All right.
Aren't you getting? Isn't it a little exhausting to constantly be the voice of reason, Toots?
Tits. Call me tits.
Don't you get you'd rather have tits over toots? I thought you were a raging feminist.
No.
I
You're being
know.
sarcastic.
I-
I get it.
To develop with him. How did you do that? Could you tell us a little bit, bringing us up to the Amber Heard case? Could you tell us a little bit about your professional relationship with him and the types of matters that you had worked with him on?
Yeah, absolutely. I had the privilege of working on all his litigation, and there's been a number of litigation matters that we've handled for him. He sued his former business managers. That was the case that I was first staffed on. He then,
For everyone that doesn't know, that's the $650 million
Yeah.
fortune that he was told he lost, and that
And
is on.
where he discovered not only, business folks surrounding him were taking money, but friends and family were taking money.
Right. We've gone over. So there's a transcript that Mr. Feeney voiced over and it rattled off like 6 of his friends and family.
Mm-hmm.
Very organized. Actually, no, it was an actual it wasn't an article. It was a Deadline. Deadline posted an actual court document of their complaints over this particular lawsuit. And so he rattled off, let's go over the names. Bruce Witkin, his
Mm-hmm.
childhood friend,
Witness for Amber Heard.
When you saw him as what he looked like John Turturro and
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Salchenko had a kid.
One of his managers testified for her that took money. The one that said that he never did any charity donations.
Right.
Um,
His sister, Christy, is mentioned in
Mhm.
that to the tune of, what was it, Sarah? $7 million?
6 point something, yeah.
Bruce Witkin was used to run his Unison, it's Infinitum Niles musical department arm of the fucking and that was substantial. James Russo, character actor, Italian character actor who's been in Donnie Brasco, Public Enemies, and Lauren Marie, The Ninth Gate. So Depp got him roles in all these movies. He and his family are about to be thrown out on the street and have their house foreclosed on, and Depp basically gave him $500,000 to save him.
Yep.
Sal Janko, aka Blowfish from 21 Jump Street, and he played the opening bartender in Donnie Brasco.
Your former
Co-owner,
avatar.
manager of my former avatar of the Viper Room. So he ran the Viper Room. He suppose the story goes, Sarah, we don't have the clear thing, but we're assuming we're putting together a very, very, very educational. We're piecing together evidence that he stole money from the Viper Room.
Yeah, he was a skimmer.
And he skimmed very frequently, and now he and Depp no longer speak, and it's very sad. He's been in his life since the Miramar days. I also glean from this, and Paul Barresi doesn't say, but I'm giving Barresi what really happened. When Depp got emancipated from his family, he was homeless in Miramar, Florida for a little bit. And so he was back and forth living with his Sal Janko's family and living in a car for a bit. And I think then he moved in with his sister just after that. And that's the whole thing with the Garcelle Beauvoir audio we played.
Another tidbit that's forgotten too, though, his other sister, what's her name? The
Debbie.
Kentucky sister?
She's in. I think she's in.
Debbie?
No, Debbie. Yeah.
She was supposed to testify for Amber Heard. So we were going to assume that she was going to testify to
Where
his
did you
drug
hear that,
use.
Sarah?
She was on her witness list.
Fuck, that's right. And she
See?
used her
Forgotten.
maiden name. She used her married name in the witness list.
Yeah,
It wasn't
but he
Depp.
had
It
to
was
he had to throw her off with the Kentucky property because she wouldn't leave.
yes,
Yeah,
which
he's
he
trying
originally bought for the mom,
and the
and
mom
then
died.
and then Betty Sue gave it to Debbie.
I don't know. Did she give it to her, or
No,
she
well,
just assumed?
what you're talking about? Her son, William Rassel, is Depp's nephew, and he was in the
Oh,
suit.
that's right. Okay.
And he gave him $200,000 to buy a house in Kentucky.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
William Rassel. Sounds like a Kentucky name, right? Andrew Morgan.
We love to
Sarah,
wrestle.
Sarah is the parent waiting for their kid to come out of the ballpark and when arm goes on a rant. I know what you waiting the kid to come out of the ball pen, the nursery school thing. That's a backward compliment. I'll take that.
I
So-
am thinking more the basketball court. That's safer than baseball or t-ball, whatever.
I think my parents gave up on waiting for me to get off the court because it was never you'd be waiting forever. So like they never would become I just started taking my bike everywhere I went in those years. I didn't
Yeah.
get my driver's license until I was like a month or two left as my senior year in high school.
I think you should be able to get your license once you turn 18.
I think 16 is too young.
It is absolutely.
I think you're way too immature. I think you do really stupid things. I think you're experimenting. I think you should not be allowed to drive until you're 18.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with that. I couldn't agree more. Don't we? Yeah, John keeps chipping away trying to find the glorious Steinem that is hitting somewhere inside Sarah. That's funny, and it's good.
Yes. Good luck.
Thank you, Rodney. Drop me a link to the stream on Instagram, yo.
Did you forget
what
the
are you
link?
on Instagram? Rodney's on Instagram.
Did you forget
Where's
to put the
Rodney
link on the Instagram post?
No, I had a Deppening. You saw it. I had the Deppening on Instagram.
I didn't
Is
see.
he
I didn't
talking
read
about
it.
my own name or
I don't know.
because I'm on Instagram twice.
Oh, okay. All right.
You said yes, Pello. That's a great memory you have, sir. Okay. Speaking of what, Nicolas Cage is supposed to play Superman in the late '90s.
Yeah.
A really
just
good
ask.
documentary is the making of Return of Superman.
Mm-hmm.
They did a Do you remember Tim
Oh, that's
Burton was supposed to-
creepy. The footage of
Yes.
him as Superman is creepy.
Yes. So you
with
did
his
watch it.
wig. I've seen clips.
So the whole kerfuffle over Kevin Smith's script and Tim Burton and Nicolas Cage, the guy who I don't know if he did the film or he's the primary guy interviewed, died a few 2 years ago.
Okay.
Comic book guy. He used to have like a video podcast. Very sad. He just passed away out of nowhere. I don't even think he was 50 yet. Just died. It's really scary. Carpe diem, folks. Try
Am
to
I
live
the
each
only
day
one?
if it's your last, if you can.
What a disaster that movie would have been. But first of all, am I the only one who finds Superman so boring? I just don't care.
Well, he's boring because obviously, he's in
I
the
need some
pantheon
grit.
of. He has too many powers, and things are too
Yeah.
easy for him. So it's
Mhm.
hard to create situations where he is challenged. So
Mhm.
they're constantly stripping him of the kryptonite, red kryptonite, green kryptonite, and he's just sort of like omnipotent, and he's too demigodish where it becomes boring. Like I
Yeah.
always say, if he fought Aquaman has an upper hand on him because all you got to do is take it to the water where the yellow sun goes out. You can't use the sun's rays to power yourself, and there's deposits of kryptonite all over the ocean. When
Mhm.
Krypton blew up, where do you think those particles went? The ocean. And who do you think collected them all?
Oh my
And
god.
Aquaman also has a slight control over magic.
I'm sorry,
Superman's
everyone.
susceptible to magic. Aquaman's a better martial artist too. Despite Superman's some physical advantages he has. He can't breathe underwater, too, lest people think he can't. Why should Aquaman leave the water to fight him? I would just take it to the ocean and not leave.
What's Camille got to say about the lawsuits?
Nothing again. But Superman's always going to have a special place in my heart because he's just in the pantheon of the Justice League, and he just has a connection to everything. He's just, if written right, he could be a great character. He's an illegal alien too, by the way. If Nick Cage plays Superman, he'll be Kal-El. So to answer Pell-El's question, which I didn't even fucking answer, I'm sorry, Pell-El. Nicolas Cage, if anybody remembers the story, like right after the Wesley Snipes thing, was bankrupt. There was a story. It got a little traction for a while. Nicolas Cage was bankrupt. Nicolas Cage introduced Depp to the Nightmare on Elm Street 1. He got him into the business. He introduced him to it before Tracy Jacobs, Depp's agent, introduced him to Wes Craven, and he got him the role on Elm and started his career. So Depp used to be.
You there? Oh, he
It
disappeared.
fucking no, my fat knees hit the mute button, and I pinned the mute button against.
I wouldn't have said knees, so I thought maybe you just bumped it with something else.
I knocked knees with the mute button.
We'll go
And
with
so
that.
Nicolas Cage, I don't know how far I got. So Nicolas Cage got Depp into the business. Nightmare on Elm Street 1. Depp was forever grateful. Depp stayed in Nicolas Cage's apartment when he was broke, and he exchanged Mexican money at the check cashing place for American currency. Nicolas Cage left Mexican money in a drawer, and Depp used the Mexican money to survive in Nicolas Cage's apartment. And so he was forever grateful to Cage, and they kind of remain loose. I wouldn't say they're great friends. I mean, I haven't seen those two in the same room since I don't think I've ever seen them in the same room.
I don't think I have.
So they were friends then, and there's some connection with Bruce Witkin, and they dated the same broads back then. And so Depp was forever great. Depp actually did a video for him. They did a Nicolas Cage tribute on one of the networks. I don't know if it was on PBS and Depp did a video telling that Mexican money story. That's how I know that. I can't find it. I tried to find it. I can't find it. And so when Depp found out Nicolas Cage was bankrupt, Depp bailed him out. And I don't know why that doesn't come up. It's a great friend, magnanimous story that Depp does not get nearly enough credit for. And I can't believe Pell-El remembers that. I can't believe it. I really can't. If Nick Cage plays Superman, he'll be like, Kal-El, I'll see myself out, please.
Let's get through Camille because we haven't even gotten to any
Decided
topics.
to initiate litigation against his former entertainment lawyer, and I've handled a small wage and hour dispute with 2 former bodyguards of his misclassification case, and a number of other what I would call general advice and counsel type of matters that have popped up throughout.
Rodney says, I have some input on the topic. Please go to Instagram and send me a StreamYard link to the stream. Yo, DMs you there. I don't know if I can do that, Rodney. We've got too much going on here.
Let's think about it for
I will
Armageddon.
think about it for next time. I will totally think about it. But we have too much.
It's our fault. We've done too much bullshit.
Yeah, it's definitely our fault. But thank you, Rodney. I'm totally gonna take you up on this on our next show with Sarah. Maybe we'll do it. What, Friday? Are you gonna be on with David and I on Friday?
I don't know. We'll see.
Andrew Morgan, of course. Can't wait to use my newfound Aquaman knowledge on the ladies. Yeah, it's an aphrodisiac. And believe me, Andrew, trust me. Trust me. I can't return all the sliding. Ricky Henderson slides into my DMs when I talk Aquaman, Andrew.
Out the years, and I think the reason that we established such a close relationship is because, first of all, I got to know all aspects of his life, right? So everything from his loan out companies to what's important to him in terms of his legacy, his children, his family, and we became friends. And I think that,
you see, Sarah, this is where I come into play. I can get her, I can vault her, I can save her months and months of time of research because I'm right there and I'm just giving it all. She doesn't have to read shit. Save her months. If I were the legal team, I literally would hire a super fan like me and bring him in and go, okay, well, just get me to this point. We don't have time. We really gotta prepare and shit.
Yeah.
Tell me what I don't know. I think I know more about Depp's life than he does
Mm-hmm.
because of the drug-induced haze and the chromosomes
There's not a
lost.
question about that.
There's nothing wrong with caring for your clients and becoming friends with them, right?
course
So
not.
that you have their best interest at heart. And my advice would come from that place, right? Which is, I know these things are important to you, like your family, your name, your reputation. How do we
It's Thursday or Friday, David. I'm not sure which. We're
Whatever
trying
day
to.
works better for you. David.
accomplish those goals, keeping in mind what your main objective is: to preserve your
Mhm.
legacy for your children, to clear your name of really horrific allegations that had been
Right.
made 6 years prior by his ex-wife. And so, you know, even though I didn't necessarily think that initiating a lawsuit against his ex-wife was in his best interest, I understood his reasons for wanting to
Is she trying not to say Amber Heard, Sarah?
Probably.
She's gonna keep saying ex-wife and ex-wife and ex-wife.
do
Mhm.
so. And after obviously advising him about the risks of initiating a defamation action, being a public figure and considering his ex-wife was also a public figure, and you know the high standard that we would have to meet to prevail, it made complete sense to me. You know, he said to me, he said, "Camille, have you ever been accused of something you didn't do?" And I thought about that for a minute, and I said, "No, Johnny, I don't think I have." And then he said, "Right, talk to me after you have been."
Oh.
What do you think about that, Sarah?
It's good stuff.
She says to him, and he goes back to his. Well, well, Miss Vasquez, have you ever been accused of a crime you didn't commit?
No.
Well, no. Well, then you know what? Get back to me when you do,
Mm.
and watch that wide load, yo, when you walk out.
She got a voluptuous load, not a wide load.
Did God give you a get out of jail free card? People don't like to send their kids to high school with rapists who burn crosses. Now,
Oy.
do you think you're exempt from certain laws because you like yourself? You're going to jail. What's that from, Sarah?
21 Jump Street Season 3, Episode 1.
Whoa!
Thank you.
And then Greco goes, let go of me. Let go of me.
Do you know what I need to get Greco on here too for an interview? Because I need to talk about gigolos.
I really want him on bad. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bribe him. I have, thanks to Boff and Steve S., I have the Lost Greco interview. Greco was on Howard promoting Night at the Roxbury in 1998.
Probably. Mm-hmm.
And there's no way he has that. So I'm going
Mhm.
to say, Richard, I'll give you the Howard interview. Nice and enhanced if you come and do our show. I think you do it anyway, but I think he'll get that. And I'll
I think he would.
compliment him.
I think he would do it.
He's the voice of Ghost Rider, which a
Yeah.
lot of people
You can
don't
talk
know.
to him about that. I'll just talk about gigolos and Nick Hawk and Nick Hawk stunt cock. Nobody knows what I'm talking about.
My nephews, and I'm so proud of them, are phenomenal gamers.
Mhm.
They mastered sports video games to Grand Theft Auto to all the first-person shooters. They're great at every game, everything. They play all the comic book games that are out, and they could whip my ass in everything. I taught
That's
them
how it
everything they
should
know
be.
initially. They passed me by like I was standing still.
You passed the baton.
And it certainly did. I got a baton you can pass on.
Don't put that
And-
in that
And,
context.
and so Greco was doing an interview at one of the Comic-Con things, and he gave out his gamer tag. So I
Mhm.
gave it to my nephew, and my nephew
Oh.
friended Richard Greco on Xbox.
I would love it.
Yeah, he's got, I forget what his name is. My nephew friended him, and he accepted it on
Do you think it'd be
Xbox.
weird if I'm like playing a game with him and I just talk about gigolos with him the entire time?
Well, he's the executive producer of that, so I think
Yeah.
he would talk about. Do you watch Gigolos?
It's not on anymore, but yes, I watched it when it was on. I think it was like 3 seasons.
It's
It's
on
about male,
Showtime?
obviously. Yeah, it takes place in Vegas. It's a reality show, kind of. But it's about male prostitutes, and you see them having sex with the women.
God, they actually show it?
Yeah, they
Like
show
full
it.
nudity and everything?
Now, they
No,
don't show like a porno close-up of insertation, but yeah, you know what's going on. But one of them, Nick Hawk, was like the most popular He
Okay.
made it, of course. He made a rap song about his stunt cock. It's so cringe, but I need to talk about it with him.
Melvin just lit up as you said. If you said full nudity, Melvin's like the Mr. Skin of the Deppening. I think we got to have him
And
on to talk about celebrity nudity.
the best part, my favorite adult genre is like average looking people having sex because it's real. And then these are like housewives having sex with, you know, a gigolo who's way out of their league. I love it.
At about the 55-minute mark, you see Richard Grieco's Mabster. Uncle John, that's right. I'm actually called that, Gina. Believe it or not. I'm looking for. I need a nickname from them. I want them to call me Uncle Arm, but they just won't.
Good.
I can't pull it off. At Saracens. So I think that's okay. We'll wrap it up with Camille. That's a good place to end it, even though there's a lot more to it than that.
There's so much to do. We haven't even started.
You sound like fucking Okay, we're gonna go to. You want to do?
Do Barresi.
You want to do Barresi? Okay, so
So I
Barresi,
can
we're gonna
get
go
him
to.
out of my life.
Oh no! What do you?
So
this is good.
I apologize. Real quick, we watched like the first half of this couple episodes ago. This is, I think, the portion where he talks about a certain beloved witness. Paul Barresi is the fixer and the Hollywood fixer guy. And I Google image because I wanted to use him for the thumbnail. I was a little thrown off in the first half that we watched where he mentioned he was in Playgirl. Yeah, Playgirl.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, well, whatever. So I went to Google image Paul Barresi. Some interesting things came up. He has quite the film career in the 70s. He was a very active gay porn star. So
Gay porn star?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So
it's not hetero porn. It's not hetero porn. Guy and
see,
girl?
there's shots of him. He's in a movie called Hungry Hole about glory holes. So you kind of know where that's going. But he also has like a couple scenes with women. So he does both. But yeah, the movie's Hungry Hole, and I know everything I don't want to know about Paul Barresi. There's so many, shots of him nude, and he definitely should be in porn, but I'm glad for him that he made it out of that era safe and healthy, because it doesn't look like there was anything being used in these scenes. Anyway, I'm really skeeved out now.
That would be great if they used Bruce for got a wife and kid in Baltimore, Jack. I went out for a ride and I never went back. Everybody's got a hungry hole. Oh, a sellout.
I didn't even know where you were going with that until you said
a sellout Springsteen, like, is on the balls of his ass and has to do soundtracks for for porn.
It is. I had an entire page of just naked Paul Barresi come up when I did a simple image search. I can't use any of it. He looks like Burt Reynolds.
He does. I saw the one shot. I thought it was Burt. I thought it was a young Burt Reynolds.
Yeah. Let's just say he enjoys, with the men, he enjoys to dominate. He enjoys. Yeah, he I
hate men.
I'm scarred.
I hate men.
All right, let's get into Mr. Barresi. Not literally.
Appreciate you coming core our archives, and I just started fishing, punching in names and so forth in the master file.
So this is Paul Barresi on Law and Crime with Anjanette Levy. I assume she is Jew by injection because Anjanette is a very Italian first name, and I'm guessing her husband's name is Levy. Maybe it's Bob Levy.
She has good eyebrows.
Bob Levy looks like a Shoreham Wading River volunteer fireman.
You look at her, her reaction to him, she is repulsed by him.
Yeah, she's dead eyes. Like she's a Depp fangirl too.
I remembered when he mentioned the Playgirl, her expression changed.
Yeah,
instantly,
no, it didn't. Right.
I'm going to assume it doesn't recover.
He thought she'd be turned on by it.
Yeah, I sometimes in another world I can find him attractive, but after what I saw, it's just not there.
Yeah, Gina Bobina won't even call him the Silver Fox. She's not giving him the Silver Fox seal of approval.
Yeah.
Bobina of approval.
And I came up with some really cool stuff that, although it's old, no less extraordinary. For example, I found his mom and dad's marriage certificate. There was one single piece.
I'm sorry, sir. This is straight up sad.
I could find that, by the way. Why is he special for finding a marriage certificate?
Well, it's pretty crazy. I think it's crazy. It's early 80s. Their marriage and his emancipation, the emancipation of Deppy. I think that was pretty great. He found his dad's article from the
Oh yeah.
fucking early 70s of getting fired from the Kentucky Frankfurt fucking news. I thought it was crazy. I thought that was good. I mean, make no mistake, he's probably very good at what he does. Rodney says, Sarah, sorry, Gigolos was busted
Oh
as
yeah, I'm sure.
100% stage. I didn't realize that.
I think I remember
know
that,
enough
but I
about it.
have an imagination. I can think it's real.
The women were actually working girls,
Yeah, probably.
like Melanie Griffith, and either the Chicken Ranch or old porn stars. Thank you, Rodney. I didn't realize that. I don't know enough about the show. I just knew that Grieco was
You wouldn't want to watch it.
involved with it. That's all I knew. We're all looking for hungry holes, says Affy.
Now, is he going to get into his opinions on witnesses here?
Great call, Pellel. He looks like fucking Michael Gross from Family Ties had a kid with Billy Bob Thornton. That's a good call, Pellel.
Piece of paper, but it told me, I see here that Johnny's dad was 4 years younger than his mom. She was 25, he was 22.
Like back then, that's pretty weird. You don't see younger guys marrying older women.
Is he
Even today-
repeating this, or did we already see this part?
Yeah, I'm looking for the spot, sir. Calm down,
I'm just
Sariana
asking.
Huffington.
I didn't have once.
Betty to headline, city manager.
This is where we left
fired.
off.
So rather than fight it, he just walked away, which showed strength, in my view. You get knocked down, you just get up, brush yourself off and move on. So this is all very telling stuff about his father.
If she
And,
played that.
I remember telling Adam Waldman about that. I said, Johnny was only 6 years old when this went down. And I said, here, his father was headline, John Depp fired from city job. It was a big deal. The Corbin, Kentucky Times was the paper.
Right after the Washington Post and New York Times, and that's the one you want to be in. That's a huge LA Times. It's a huge publication.
Turning the other cheek sometimes isn't a bad thing. But that particular psychiatrist, I looked him up. He specialized.
I think it's the Spiegel she's talking about.
Psychiatrist. Found some divorce. I found the divorce. Also found that 8 months before Johnny's mom and dad divorced, Johnny's dad engaged the services of a psychiatrist. And
that's pretty progressive, going to a marriage counselor in 1979 or 80. I didn't know anybody did that then, if they even existed. Sarah?
I'm here.
Okay.
It's unclear whether he engaged the psychiatrist services for marriage counseling, but that particular psychiatrist, I looked him up. He specialized in marriage counseling. So did he try to save his marriage 8 months before the divorce? I would say the likelihood is very strong.
John Travolta's first girlfriend was a lot older than him, the one that died. Not Kelly Preston.
No, her name was
Dorian.
Diana or Diane. I forget her
Okay.
last name.
She's Scientologist?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Wrong that he did. So again, another admirable quality. And
Remember, you ever see the Tremors movies, Sarah?
No.
With Kevin Bacon and Mike Rodney's referencing those fucking that's such a funny reference. Kevin Bacon was certainly in the first one. I don't think he was in the sequels. Rodney saw all of them. He's got them all on Blu-ray.
I'll tell you one more document I found that was really interesting. Is that before their divorce, before his mom and dad divorced, they made a divorce settlement, and Johnny was a minor at the time. He was 17. And in Florida, if you're 17, you're a minor. And so the mom went up before the judge and lied to the judge, said, oh, my son is fully emancipated. He's self-sufficient.
By the way, I tried to find this and I can't find it. I tried to go to the Broward County courts. It's
The
I don't know
case
how the
number's
hell
not
you.
in the system anymore. I tried to.
Oh, you saw that? God
Mhm.
damn it! And somehow he got it, and we can't.
He's doing fine on his own. Well, at the time, Johnny was in really financial dire straits. He was living and sleeping in the backseat of a car and eating canned beans.
That's with Sal Jenko, by the way. So Sal would kind of, hang out with him. He lived, Sal's home. He would kind of Depp would sleep there once in a while. So Sal would sometimes sleep with Depp in the car while they're stealing stuff from 7-Eleven and to survive and beans and shit.
So he wasn't in good shape.
Yeah, you had told me about
Never
that, and I
had-
thought that was so incredibly sad, because I think he had said, maybe I read it.
Does anybody know anyone who was homeless as a teen like that? I don't know anybody. I mean,
No.
people get kicked out of their house all the time, but usually they'll go to the sisters, which he eventually did. But do you ever know? You ever met any like a kid who was
No.
homeless? That's pretty crazy shit at that time. That's scary shit. The only thing in Florida is you don't really, it's hot enough where you're not going to really freeze to death because I mean, they say all the homeless migrate to the warmer climates or your area, which I guess is like a neutral
Mild.
climate. Yeah, it's kind of
Mhm.
mild enough.
Or maybe he said it at the trial, I don't remember, that he dropped out of high school and then tried to go back, but they wouldn't take him back, which is even sadder. And so basically
it was a rough road for
yeah,
him.
it seemed really, really sad. And just hearing what we heard during the trial about from him and his sister about Betty Sue and the abuse and his dad, it's pretty heartbreaking to think of anybody going through that.
It is. So you get to know the person, you get to know that the trials and tribulations, what they had to endure as a young person. And it helps you understand them a lot better. And it shows how vulnerable it makes sense that going through this, what Johnny went through, he would grow up to be kind of a vulnerable, I don't want to say fragile, but a guy who could be easily manipulated, which brings me to a very important point that I hope
You know what he's getting to?
I hope it's about a witness.
you'll allow me to really drive home here. And that is routinely and consistently, when I spoke with everybody who was speaking good things about Johnny, they all had awful, just terrible things to say about Amber. One of Johnny's best friends, Jonathan Shaw, a tattoo artist, he was probably the first best friend I interviewed. And I said, well, do you know about Amber? Can you tell me about Amber? He said, I don't want to talk about Amber. He said, the only thing I would let that gold digging whore, I would help that gold digging whore do is load the gun she wanted to use to blow her fucking brains out.
Oh.
That's what he said to me. And I have to tell you, that bothered me. But his manner of speaking, his really hardcore disdain for that woman is so consistent with the kind of vitriol and things I'm hearing read on the internet. And me personally, I don't like to kick someone when they're down. I never did. I don't like bullying. When I was a little boy, I was bullied, and I don't like it. And I think it's time for everybody to just cool it. And that's the point. That's one.
No, he's got kind of a point here. You could
Well, don't create a story like she did. And you won't face a backlash.
Yeah, definitely. But I guess just like how long a lot of these people, and you know full well, have no identity without going after her. They're not even fans really of his work or anything
I'm
like that.
thinking more of
They
his
think they're going to be
friends.
the Deptford wives. He's
I
talking
put them
about
aside. I'm thinking more of the people he
online
knows.
threats and stuff. I know, but he's talking about the Deptford wives who have no identity without attaching them to hating her over and over.
Hmm
And it gets very, very redundant and tedious. How
Should
low can she go? She's already at her at lowest, but she can't go
no,
any
she's
lower.
not. But should she get death threats? No. But
I'm talking about public sentiment.
she should face some backlash for spitting in the face of actual assault victims with those stories she concocted just because she wanted to have the upper hand in divorce negotiations.
Are you going to post the domestic hotline phone number right now?
No, but let's go.
One of the main things I want to get through on this interview, and I hope you leave that in there.
One thing I wanted to ask you
Not for
about.
everybody to
Yeah, and I of course I will.
just cool it.
One thing I wanted to ask you about was the fact that we heard.
Do you know the conspiracy about him?
No,
That he was originally hired to assassinate Depp?
no, I don't know that.
That Amber Heard's team hired him to assassinate Depp, and he was going to do it on the DL as a fixer would do, Mike Ehrmantraut, and decided she didn't. They had payment, he wasn't paid properly or on time, and so he bailed on her and decided to turn on her mightily and become pro Depp, and so it flipped because people forget she hired him initially, and it sounds like he's Depp's fixer, not Amber Heard's. But that was the
Yeah.
conspiracy about him, that he was hired to assassinate Depp.
Your freeze frame here looks like he's back doing movies in the 70s.
Heard that Johnny at the trial, we heard allegations that he's basically surrounded by yes men and that people take advantage of him or have taken advantage of him in the past.
So Barresi's about to go after someone who's pretty sacrosanct from the trial, a gentleman named Isaac Baruch, who lived in Penthouse
2.
2, who's an artist friends of Depp, who grew up with him in late 70s, early 80s, Miramar, Florida. And I had not heard of Isaac Baruch's name until the trial, pretty much, and the UK transcripts.
Hmm
And I was kind of, when I saw the name, I'm like, who the fuck is this? And so he was just a hanger on and a friend, an obscure friend who never came up in any way, shape, or form. I thought I knew them all, but was living in Penthouse 2, and he's just a sort of ne'er-do-well artist
hmm
who, this is the painting shit you hear now. This is huge painting community, this Hollywood painting crossover community now, which I mean, he's not famous, but it's interesting because I draw anyone fans of the show Entourage in the chat. I wanted to bring this up. It is amazing the Depp influence on that show. There was literally, I know you don't watch Entourage, Sarah, but there was a storyline. The lead character, Vincent Chase, is an up and coming. It's kind of based on how a lot of facets of Hollywood and young actors coming up, and Marky Mark is the executive producer. It's somewhat based on him coming to Hollywood, and I think his brother is based on Donnie Wahlberg, and it's kind of loosely connected to it. But there's a large Depp influence on this show. Literally, a storyline was Vincent Chase, the lead. I swear to you, this is a storyline. Has to take the role of the newly Warner Brothers film Aquaman in order to buy Johnny Depp's house. That's a
hmm
storyline.
Okay.
Depp's house is in the show. Depp's house is on the market. His mansion is on the market. It's like pre Sweetser, I think. And Vincent Chase, in order to buy this house, is forced to take the script and role of Aquaman
hmm
in order to have the money to do the film. He goes on to take Median, which is a knockoff of the movie Blow. And it's constant things like this, like Depp's presence on that show comes up over and over and over again. There was a scene with Sloane on the show when she's talking to her dad, and she goes, and he says something like, it goes, Sloan, I remember Platoon and a young Johnny Depp. My Sloan can spot a star. She said, Dad, that guy is going to be a huge star. And it was Johnny Depp in Platoon. And he just comes up over and over again on that show. But the interesting thing is, Amber Heard is actually much closer to the Vincent Chase character than Depp is. Because if you think about it, Vincent Chase's entourage, it's in the name, it's all similar to her life. So it's her taking the role of Mira, and all her friends are the grifters living at Depp and hangers on. Her sister, Whitney, is involved. Amber Heard's life is mirrors. She's the female Vincent Chase, if you think about it. It's
Yep.
really eerie if you go back and watch Entourage, everybody.
I'll take your word.
I recommend it. Anyway, there's Brendan. Welcome, Brendan. And the first thing right out of the gate, Sarah, a wrestling reference. Gorilla Monsoon. Come on, Arm. Depp is 100% has a Dr. K, Dwight Gooden, Elvis, supplying him with prescription drugs in beloved Colombia. And I think, no, Rodney, I say that all the time. I say if I were the DEA, I would park outside his Sweetser mansion, wait for his assistants to leave, and I would trail them to their source. And you would have the biggest drug bust in the history of the DEA. I don't know how the FBI wasn't watching that trial going, oh my God, they're just serving it up to us on a fucking tee. Just sit outside his suite and just follow his assistants wherever they go, and you're going to go right to Pablo Escobar. I completely agree with that. From Manson to all these, same thing. You're absolutely right, Rodney. But I say it all the time. I think that you could have the biggest drug bust in history if you just sat outside his mansion and followed every car.
That everybody around him is basically out for something, and that's just what was stated. That is not me saying that. I don't know these people. It's just what's been stated. So what did you find regarding that?
Well, I found a lot. In fact, I spoke with Adam Wallman about it. Adam Wallman is a really
Ari Gold is Jeremy Piven, Sarah. That's the agent. That's Vincent Chase's agent.
Okay.
And he's pretty brilliant on the show, and he's like the star. He's not supposed to be the star, but he's the breakout. He's the most entertaining part of the show, and Melvin's comparing him to Angry Arm when he goes on. He gets pissed off. That's pretty good, Melvin.
Stand-up guy. If anyone is in Johnny's corner, he would be the one. I said, you're like Johnny's consigliere. And he said, yeah, I am. And the consigliere is like the advisor, And I said, one of the things I found during my investigation is that the bane of Johnny Depp's existence have been these hanger-ons.
Here we go.
These opportunists.
This is why I brought up Entourage. So he's going into your man, Isaac Baruch.
These wannabes who leech off of him, who insinuate their way into his life just so they can get something out of him. And what does Johnny do? He doesn't know how to get rid of them. He just lets them hang on, and he lets them hang on, and they're there forever. This guy, Isaac Baruch, for example, I know everyone loves him. They love him.
Including Sarah. I give Barresi a lot of credit here. He's being he's being anti-establishment here. He's going after the sacred cow. I have not heard a negative word about Isaac Baruch until now.
You giving me blue balls.
His testimony, I think he is the quintessential flim-flam man.
Whoa!
He has been mooching off Johnny Depp since they were young friends. Yeah, I understand. You grow up with someone, your childhood friends, you're like brothers, but that doesn't mean you have to take care of that person. Isaac Baruch, I mean, what is he now? 60? He's still living off Johnny Depp. I remember
something like that
question.
60.
I can hear that question with him on the stand right now. Well, what did Johnny do for you? Well, he told me that all you need to do is do your art and I'll pay for it. I'll be your benefactor. You just do your art And the attorney said, I forget which side, might have been.
I'm not 100% defending Isaac Baruch in this situation, but that's what a quote unquote artist is. Like, why is it any better to be the guy in the late 70s, the Andy Warhol period, doing art in a loft that somehow he pays for in Soho?
Mhm.
That's like $1 zillion now. That's someone, some rich gay guy is paying for. Like, why is that more noble than what Isaac Baruch is doing?
Mhm.
It's subjective. Those people don't exist anymore. I'm not defending him 100%, but that's how artists get paid. They paintings and people pay for them. Why should he be any different? It's all
Mhm.
subjective.
I forget which attorney. Do you remember? Anyway,
Yeah, what Affy's saying here, we all want to be Depp's papa and best friend. And when you hear shit like this, like, why can't I have a friend like this? I think everybody collectively said that, Affy. Gina Bobina, where do I sign up? Everybody says that when they hear it. Are we jealous? Possibly.
so
Elaine Bredehoft cross-examined him.
so the attorney said, well, is that what you're doing? He said, oh no, I've been so upset for the past 2 years. I haven't been able to paint. Oh, I felt so sorry for this guy. This guy ought to get off his ass. Johnny Depp has been wiping his ass since he was a young guy, a young teenager.
Watch
It's time for him to get off his
Aunt Jeanette's eyes.
Teenager. Oh, I felt so sorry for this guy. This guy ought to get off his ass. Johnny Depp has been wiping his ass since he was a young guy, a young teenager. It's time for him to get off his ass and do his own thing. And this goes for everybody else who's mooching off Johnny Depp.
Rodney goes, Michael Gross's problem with mooching off Depp. Depp is a Southern actor version of Elvis Presley. That's pretty good, Rodney, because that's exactly the way our friend Stephen Roderick describes him in the Rolling Stone piece. The young Elvis, if his life isn't, how it goes, if it's facsimile of a young Elvis, then it's a pretty good facsimile. If he's not if he's not an acting version of Elvis, then he's a good facsimile. Boyish insouciance has slowly morphed into aging man-child. And
Mhm.
that was the big quote from that Rolling Stone piece.
Doesn't have the heart. This speaks to the tender heart this guy has. He doesn't have the heart to tell these people to take a hike.
The fact that Elvis is shit movies, Rodney, Sarah would beg to differ. Check out a little thing called Roustabout, right, Sarah?
I never said his movies were good.
I thought you love his movies. Did you say you love his movies?
I've watched 2 movies.
I thought you saw every Elvis. You were
No, I
bragging
haven't.
about seeing every Elvis movie. Who am I thinking of then? Costello?
I don't know.
Stamos? You gonna Sariana Huffington?
No,
on
I'm
this?
trying. I'm here. I'm getting into it, and then you stop.
Because Rodney had a great comment that I had to read. That's why I stopped.
Johnny Depp, I found, paid people's legal fees, medical bills, rent. He paid off one relative's home. All he does is give.
Okay, so he's backing up exactly what we just talked about. His nephew, William Rassel, his James Russo, he bailed out of foreclosed on with his family, Sal Janko, Bruce Witkin, his sister, Christy, and then Sarah brought up the Debbie one, but it's Debbie's son, William Rassel, who's in the thing. And I'm forgetting one other person. This is just the lawsuit that so he's rattling off these people without bringing up their names, but he's quoting this documentation.
Give. And of course, Amber Heard was his wife. And I'm not, maybe she too took advantage. We all take advantage of somebody at some point, sometime or another. But if someone holds himself out to be type of person, just keeps giving, you say, well, he must like it, so I'm going to let him.
And Brendan poses a question. The question would be, is this guy's patron, or he appreciates the art, or he just feels some kind of sense of responsibility? I guess it's somewhere in the middle, Brendan. That's a great question, though. It's got to be in the middle. There's no way he loves his art so much that he could care less who he is. But he probably likes it. But I think it's exactly in the middle of that. The mooch is part of the mystique. Yes, it is, Rodney. Flim Flam Man. We call Howard the Flim Flam Man for a long time. That's a word. It's not used enough, a flim flam man. You Yankees don't understand how much of an icon Elvis is in the South. The South birthed Depp and his mama. I understand him, Rodney. I get Elvis. Believe me, I get it. I'm with you on that. She's getting into it. Don't stop now.
Do things for me too. So you, in some respects, you can't hold Amber to a fault for taking advantage either. Maybe she went too far, letting her sister move in and all that stuff, but Johnny allows that to happen. I talked to Adam Waldman about this. I said, you're letting Johnny, or rather Johnny is letting these people come into his life, and he really needs to not do that.
Well, but I mean, he's doing these things. I mean, he's a grown man. Obviously, you're saying he doesn't have the heart to cut it off or to cut them off.
Oh, I really think he doesn't. I don't think he does. I think he feels so privileged that he has to do it. He almost feels like he had, who knows what goes on inside Johnny Depp's head, but I think it would do himself a great service if he would just cut these people loose. Someone said, well,
so what Dorian Morgan says here, and welcome, sir. I know I said hello to you before. Kind of should you assume Depp isn't helping his friends because they're friends? Why does it have to be that he's being scammed all the time? It doesn't, Dorian. You're absolutely right. And if I had his money, I'd help my friends too. Would I be taken advantage of? I probably would be suckered as well. I don't know if I would be as distracted as he is, and I'm not on drugs. So I don't know if I would be in a haze where, I mean, he's at such a rarefied level that at his level, you're going to forget stuff in your life. There's too much going on. He's managing people you have to trust, and you're going to be burned once in a while. I know I'd be burned, but I know I would hopefully be as generous as he is. And I wish everybody was like him, because it would be a better world if everybody was just, we'd have no problems if everybody was as generous as, right? If everybody was as generous as he was.
He gave great testimony for Johnny. He was a key witness. And well, if someone,
Rodney asks you, this chick is wearing way too much foundation, Sarah. What's your thoughts? Is it clownish?
I'm going to need to see the whole video before I give my verdict.
Thanks, Liz Cheney. Thanks.
was paying my way my whole life, I'd given a great performance on the stand too.
Yeah, I think people just liked him because he was such a character, you know, the Brooklyn accent, the whole 9 yards. He was just a funny guy, you know.
Yeah, but that speaks to the exterior. That speaks to judging someone based on the superficial side. You need to get inside. You need to get in there and know what people are all about. That's why you go back to the beginning. And I'm out there. I see it. I experience it. And I'm in the trenches. So I think I'm a pretty good authority on what's out there.
Pellel says, so he feels guilt of his privilege? Is that so sad? I agree, Pellel. That's what if he was entitled, we would hate it more, much more. It's appealing. I find it endearing that someone feels guilt of their privilege. I couldn't agree more.
And he testified that
And,
that's the case.
He did testify.
I'll tell you like it is every time. That's just how I am. I tell you like it is.
And that's what I love talking to you, because you're very very honest and very forthright. So you didn't just, though, you said you didn't just hear things about Johnny Depp when you were investigating Johnny Depp for Amber Heard. I mean, you were hired to dig up dirt, but you said that you somehow came across people as well who knew Amber.
Okay, good enough. Thank you, Brendan. Is Depp charitable outside a circle of personal acquaintances? It doesn't seem like he would be. It seems like he would be a soft touch. He does a ton of charities. And
even though they said otherwise, but that was Elaine saying otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost endless. I mean, he's dropping into hospitals as Jack Sparrow and the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I mean, for years. I don't even know. I mean, we don't know that he actually told Elaine he's not even announcing the charities he does, but they do come out, because why do it if you're trying to take credit for it? And that's endearing as well. But yeah, I mean, he's
But also, what's the manager's name that bilked him out of the majority of the money? What's that guy's name? He testified.
Mandel.
Yeah,
Joel
Mandel.
Mandel. Oh, yeah, Joel.
He made the comment in the testimony that if Depp really wrote a check to a charity, he would have been the one to write the check, and then that never happened. But it's like, well, you probably didn't keep records anyway because you were ciphering the money and writing the checks to yourself anyway. So I don't even know how you can be brought in. And they should have been able to talk about the lawsuit in detail to impeach these witnesses that she brought in. But not credible at all. They should have been able to talk about that.
Well, that's a good point. And speaking of witnesses, let's go to
Yay, my favorite part.
our friend David Killackey from What Got Disrupted from our Overhauling episode. So this is a testimony that was not shown during the Fairfax trial. In the UK trial, I don't know if it was submitted in any detail.
It
but
was
he
submitted because it's a deposition, so it was submitted, but the judge threw everything out. He didn't even listen to the audio.
Okay.
First of all, in the footage that I would have shown had we been able to do that episode the way it was meant to, Killackey is like off to the side, standing near David Heard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Gina, for your information, I got to pause it because we're going to get fucking copyrights. And if I see a comment to follow up on something to give context to it, I can't play something a half hour straight and risk a copyright strike and get taken down from, as we did with Overhauling, ironically, as we're about to play. I have to stop it repeatedly.
Even though it didn't work.
I can't let it play for a half hour straight. And I also find people phase out if you play something too long without stopping it. I can't just play an hour. Hey, why don't we just play the whole Donnie Brasco movie right now?
We tried.
Why don't we play The Ninth Gate? Let's just play a whole Depp marathon and not talk and not stop it. We'll get 1,000 copyright strikes. I can't play something a half hour straight. All right, so let's go to how dare you, she says. this just to say why you're pausing it, because I have to. I've said it that we do it on Radio Gunk all the time. So we can't play a whole 4-hour Stern show and not pause it. I don't understand why I have to keep circling back to that. Okay, so this is I wrote David Killackey's testimony. Shit, how? Come on, Angry Arms coming. I could feel it.
I think let me say one thing. It might just be, and I know, but trust me, I know we got to pause. It might be that we're getting to the meat of something, and then it's paused to pull up a chat that has nothing to do with.
Well, if they have,
so it derails it. I'm just saying. That's
people
all
are
I'm
writing
saying.
stuff. I'm going to try to read it because
I know, and
they
you're
took
great
the time
about
to
that.
write it. And
I
I'm
agree with
appreciative
you.
they're writing it.
And we love you more than life. That's all it's about.
Don't patronize.
It just derails it a bit, and then we have to circle back around and get into it again. So we all are limited mentally because that's why we're here. So it takes us a minute to get back into a storyline that's going on. That's all. I love you more than my cat.
Really irritated right now because I think I misfoldered the fucking.
Oh, all right.
The transcript. Now, where were we last? We did. The last show was.
Was it Overhaulin Sunday?
No, but it was a different fold. It was called like Stanhope Friday. Oh, here it is. I got it.
All right. I was going to say, just go to Viper Room.
Here it is. I got it. David Killackey's testimony. So this guy, after it was all the dust had settled on supposedly on their divorce, Amber Heard circled back to this guy, the producer of Overhauling, and basically wanted to tell this guy that Depp is going to pay for everything I do from this moment. She backed off on their makeover of the car. And she wanted to have further stuff done, and they were going to do it, and Depp was going to pay for it after the episode had already aired.
Pell says real quick, he says, if you labeled it Overhaulin. Pell says, maybe if you labeled it Overhaulin, then maybe they struck it from your computer.
Classic Pell.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah, Rodney goes, Gina, if you didn't know, your friendly jab at arm wouldn't result in the arm tangent. So you just got to keep the. Yeah, I'm actually setting myself up for outburst. That was just.
That was nothing.
that was. Not,
That was a
is
rumbling.
David J. Killackey Sr.
This
and
is
I
good.
declare as follows. So I just read this straight. This is his actual testimony declaration. It's for Fairfax. If you see that, Sarah, up top, it says Circuit Court of Fairfax. So I just read this straight. And this is a very, very creepy testimony.
I'm muted, sorry. This is behind the scenes overhauling stuff. So this is what happens when they get the car home, and her idea of trying to get help with the car, what she feels she needs to do, because it probably is based off stuff that happened in childhood, just saying.
Andrew Morgan goes, no one will copyright. Just play the whole Rum Diaries in its entirety. They're good with it.
No, that's London Fields. Nobody cares
London
about that copyright.
London Fields.
I did see since the trial that now you have to pay for it on YouTube.
No apologies necessary, Gina. None at all.
And yes, Arm, you are beautiful.
Sarah agrees with you 100%.
No, I don't.
Yes, she does.
Wink, wink. No.
And you're entitled. You're every right to. But I am explaining. We do this on Radio Gunk all the time. We stop people. Why did you play the whole? They literally want you to play a 4-hour radio show, and we can't. Monique got taken down once for fucking reporting on Howard being a grandfather with Deborah Stern and Colin Christie's kid. And
well, granted, though, keep in mind this is more interesting than current Stern stuff. So we're getting into the story, and then it's paused. That's all we're saying. This is not you. This is not against you. This is we are into it, and it's like blue balls.
Rodney goes, misfoldering arm has now become. He's so right. My new thing now is to put the wrong file in the wrong folder and then complain about it. That's my thing.
That's like misheard.
My name is David J. Killackey Sr., and I declare as follows. I am over the age of 18 and not a party to this action. I have firsthand and personal knowledge of the facts set forth below. I am a mechanic by trade who founded 2 companies, Performance Truck Repair and Performance Allison Transmissions. My company employs approximately 30 people. I am the son of a retired Los Angeles County deputy sheriff who spent many years as a detective sergeant in the Homicide Bureau. Now, that's my theory that his head of security now, Sean Bett, hooked this up. I believe that Killackey's father is friends with Depp's head of security, Sean Bett, who has the exact same, what would you call it? Police law enforcement LinkedIn as this guy, as his dad does. So it's way too close. There's no way that they don't know each other. And at the request of Mr. Depp, I helped facilitate an agreement with the network to restore and customize his wife Amber Heard's 1968 Mustang on an episode of the series Overhaulin. I was successful in doing so, and the filming of the reveal was December 20th, 2014. On one occasion, I had a most unusual and unsettling experience with Amber Heard. After installing a new sound system in her Mustang, she had asked me to visit her 849 South Broadway, LA home. She wanted me to instruct her on how to operate the touchscreen and also how to teach her how to interface her iPhone with the onboard system, make hands-free calls, map driving.
Why should a Mustang have a touch screen?
That's the whole point. She wants them to, he's politely laying out, we did the work for her. She comes back and says, okay, the episode's over. We're on technology has moved on, and she thinks their whole company should update her car as technology moves along, and Depp is going to pay for it after they're divorced.
Well, it's like she has a 68 Mustang, so she can brag she has a 68 Mustang.
Then don't get them right. Then don't get the fucking old car.
But when you gut the car, and literally that's what they did. They gutted the car. They put a new engine in it. They put a computer system in it that had nothing to do with being a 68 Mustang. Is it really a 68 Mustang?
Exactly right. At what point do you remake the car so much anymore that you can no longer call it by what its original? That's a phenomenal point, Sarah.
It's just like a power play or a power brag to your feminist friends. meanwhile who mooch off the men in their life by living in free penthouses, to say you're a strong woman and you drive a Mustang.
Yep. I think. Well, and who else drove a Mustang?
Oh God, you're still on that.
Yes, I'm still on it. Yes, I am. I'll never get off it.
The
Who am I,
Alex P. Keaton of 21 Jump Street.
Who am I, David Killackey over here, Rooster?
Yeah.
Instructions, contact list, play music, etc. When I arrived precisely at the appointed time, Amber was not available. It would be 3 hours before she came down from the penthouse to the parking garage. After she came down, we found the Mustang. She got in the driver's seat, and I the front passenger seat. She seemed to be in a very happy mood. We spent a moment exchanging greetings. She then said something weird. Oh, we're here alone together in a parked car in a dark parking garage. We could do anything in here and nobody would see us. She added to that statement, however, I am uncertain today of exactly what she said. I was speechless at that point. And I did not make any reply to that, nor did I make any eye contact. She was wearing a white T-shirt, denim jeans, and dark shoes. My only response was to say, okay, let me show you now how the sound system works. I continued to instruct her on the system, and she picked up on the procedures pretty quickly. She asked me to show her how to get her contact list onto the touchscreen of the sound system. I did just that, and I noticed her phone was already set to a person in her contact list, and it displayed it on the car screen. It had the name and phone number to a Dr. David Kipper, who happened. Kipper comes up now on his, that's so funny, our cell phone now, and so he sees the way technology now can like bust, like everything's linked, so her phone rings, and then he installs the screen, and she sees Dr. Kipper's name come up on the thing he installs. You're muted.
Damn, I know, I keep bumping it. Anyway, my second favorite part of this testimony, my first is, well, she's 3 hours late, and she tries to seduce a stranger in her car while married.
Late.
Yeah, 3 hours late. Can you imagine? What's the disrespect?
This is a very telling thing. So she's kind of used to using her feminine, as Rodney would say, Palazzio's gentleman's club, stripper, feminine wiles on everybody in her way. So this is no different. She knows. I mean, Depp has cut her off, and so this is her way of trying to make them ignore all the. And he's been instructed basically to tell Depp, I'm not charging shit on him unless I contact him. She thinks she's just gonna, like, somehow this guy has access to all Depp's financial access to his cards and all this. And he's just gonna plow ahead and give her whatever. He knows this stuff's been in the news. He knows about the divorce. I think the TMZ video had just hit. So,
my second, did I say? Yeah, favorite part is coming up here now. So, yeah, this is great.
Pellel says it's a 68 Restamod, I guess is the term for this.
Over my head.
I guess that's a term for like when you remodel a car. This is like a version. They're cool, but it takes away from the classic aspect. Exactly, Pellel. Exactly.
I don't even know how to check my oil, so it's over my head. You check my oil?
That makes one of us. Happens to also be a client of mine. I said, oh, do you know Dr. Kipper too? Amber's response was completely unexpected. She turned to me shockingly icy and said, how the fuck do you know Dr. Kipper, David Kipper? She thinks she's the only one allowed to know who this guy is. She's taken co-opting ownership of Dr. Kipper now.
Yeah, it's a weird response.
It's a crazy exchange. I
Just
wish
say,
it's got more
yeah,
traction.
he's my doctor. Is you're a doctor too? Great. Okay. Nice guy.
Pellel goes, they do things like update to modern brakes so the brakes actually stop.
True. Okay.
It's like Seinfeld doing that.
That's
fucking
probably a good
comedians
thing.
and Seinfeld getting like stuck on the road, driving like a 1955 car, and is
God,
what
so
are you
annoying.
doing? It's so fucking pompous. I quickly apologized for asking, and I said it was none of my business. I just told her Dr. Kipper was a client of mine. The tension in the air was extreme at that point while she gave me the silent treatment, and then she quickly exited the car while saying, it's none of your fucking business. She walked to the penthouse elevator. I never saw her again. I sat in the car for a moment, got out, walked downstairs, and then went home. I reported this entire interaction to Johnny's property manager, Mr. Murphy, and then later to Johnny's sister, Christy. Thank you, Gungadin. Thanks for stopping in. Good to see you as well, sir. I will see you this week in whatever the hell we do. I'm still not sure yet. Later, Mr. Depp and Amber Heard separated. However, I continued to work for both Mr. Depp on his automobiles and also from Amber Heard on her 1968 Mustang. After receiving the vehicle, Amber had instructed me to implement several changes in additions to what the network had done to the car. I
Who's paying for
followed her
that?
instructions precisely. What?
Who's paying for that? Oh, my husband will pay for it.
Yes, well, I mean, she's gotten used to saying that for
Mhm.
how many years?
I
And
think
now she's
maybe, sorry, her response too about the Kipper thing, I think whatever he said, she would have responded the same way because he had essentially not accepted her seduction.
yes.
So
She's not used
immediately,
to that either. There's two things she's not used to. She's not used to paying for anything for herself. It's been
mhm,
years, and she's not used to her feminine wiles not working on someone.
mhm.
From Elon Musk to Depp to whomever, to whatever casting couch bullshit you want
The
to
30
the
people she brought
Palazzo
into the
strip club.
penthouse.
Yep. June 2016, I then received direction from Kevin Murphy to separate the billing on the work related to that Mustang. I was then told to continue billing Johnny for work performed on his vehicles and to invoice Amber directly for work performed on her Mustang. I immediately informed Amber of those instructions that I had been given by Mr. Murphy. The reply I received, what can only be described as an extremely hostile response from Amber. I did my best to convey to her that I did not wish to get in the middle of this dispute between her and Mr. Depp. She did not receive this information very well, though. Her first reaction was to verbally abuse me with expletives, threats, and a continued rant over what she claimed was an unfortunate financial downturn of her personal finances caused by Mr. Depp. At one point, she said, "You motherfucker, you're screwing me." Amber stated that there was a legal agreement between herself and Mr. Depp drawn by her attorneys and signed by both parties. She said in this agreement Mr. Depp was responsible for paying her bills, and that if I expected payment, then I should forward the bills to Mr. Depp. I asked her to send me a copy of the agreement, and that would... Now think about the hubris of her, too. Ugliest divorce in Hollywood history. They go this, and I think the Stanhope thing might have been part of this. So we said this last time that Stanhope wasn't sued because Depp said to her, you have to drop any lawsuits of my people and you'll get your $7 million, which you all know, the
Mhm.
whole drama with the ACLU and the charity and everything.
Yeah.
And during this, so now the hubris is so deep that now she thinks this is the most cosmetic, superficial shit that you could possibly tack onto him. And she really thinks they're just going to blindly go along with some bullshit like this. And the show is just going to be, yeah, we're cool. Good. Yeah,
Yeah.
we got it. We got you.
Do you think the show paid for the initial repairs? Did I miss that?
I think she's full. Well, it was part of the show.
Do you think so? Or did he have to pay a percentage of it?
Well, it's like any other makeover. It's like that
Yeah.
Gordon show you watch where they're paying for the
Yeah, I
restaurant to be
guess.
remodeled. It's not a big deal. I
Well,
mean,
the
that's what they
restaurant
do.
pays essentially because they're losing business during the remodel, but
But it was also done in Depp's garage, so they're not even
yeah,
doing that
right.
part of it. It's probably pretty easy for them to do. It
Mhm.
was like, how many people? 10 people working on that? We played the
Probably
episode, like we
more.
got taken down because we played too much of the episode.
Yeah.
So I'm terrified of playing something for too long, and
Mhm.
which we
If
were
this is
already terrified of. I mean, it wasn't like we didn't have this fear
this
for
entire
years.
thing is learning. We're a year later, we're still learning the rules. So
Well, they again,
they can do what they want.
they move the goalpost more than Rolf Bernurschka
When it
about
comes
YouTube.
to disputing these things, I can try, and I usually I will win, but it's really up to who YouTube finds more valuable, the company, the production company, or me with 1.88 subscribers, you know? It's not
Who
gonna
are
be
more?
me.
That's right. It's follow the money. Just like in the Hamptons, we talk about with the ocean. with
Mhm.
how Mastic Shirley, Mastic Beach, the Hamptons think they have better water than the other beaches. The Hamptons
Makes
literally
sense.
thinks that the water follows the money.
Of
Like
course. It's elite
so-
water.
it's elite water. Vintage Mustangs, says Dorian Morgan, are probably one of the easiest restorations out there. Every part is available from the multiple sources. LA Car Restore. Yeah, that's a
Mm.
good point. You ever have a car where you can't find the parts for it anymore?
No, thank God. I would just cry and abandon the car somewhere.
Gina Bobina says she can't have a doc. She can't actually have a mere mortal doctor. She has to have
Yep.
a obsession. Is exactly right. Consult with Mr. Depp's people to form an opinion of that agreement. She said it was privileged and she could not send me the agreement. Therefore, I refused to follow her billing request. The verbal abuse then continued, including the words fucker and asshole and motherfucker, etc.
That's not, that doesn't sound like
Then
her.
she said that she hadn't authorized the
I saw her
repairs.
testimony.
Well, it's right by him just quoting those because you all heard it on audio. It's the exact same sloppy Texas badass bitch over cursing that she did on the audio that we've
That
heard.
sexy, attractive Spitfire broad.
Yeah.
But her testimony, I rarely do drugs. He was using bad words and I was so embarrassed. Why was the carpet so dirty? Anyway.
Yeah. Narcissists will turn on you when their BS doesn't work anymore, says Pell. Yes, she's mad because she's just not getting her way for the first. Absolutely. I'm sure it's 100% JD
let's-
and age.
Yeah, I agree. But let's not
Yep.
forget too, he paid $13 million to get out of this marriage of their debt that was racked up in 15 months.
Paid for her lawyers too,
Yeah.
which you always forget about. Which
She was saying, well, if I wanted more, I could get 32 million. She wanted, like, I forget the right term, but she wanted after tax money from him.
yeah, right. Like they're gonna take this out, and no, I want the flat fee. I'm not paying.
Plus the debts he paid off for her, that equals the $32 million apparently, from what everybody's saying.
Move
So
back to
she got
Austin with
it.
Joe. Move back to Austin with Joe Rogan. You don't have to pay taxes like all
I wish she
Rogans.
would.
The whole
Oh,
country won't pay tax. Well, we'll all move to Texas and Florida, and no one pays taxes. And no
all
one.
right.
Rodney's going. Rodney beat us to it. And I reminded her of the phone conversations and text messages that contradict that statement. Amber tried everything to convince me to release the car to her without any kind of payment. She claimed to not have money. She said, Johnny's not paying my rent. He's not paying my fucking bills. Fuck him and fuck you.
The
You
balls.
could totally The visualize final all that. phone conversation I had with her was very unpleasant for me. I had enough of the verbal abuse and threats and decided to no longer respond to any attempted text and phone calls from Ms. Heard. At one point, I demanded cash only, and I informed her accountant Hector. My conversations and communications with Hector were actually pleasant, though. After Amber Heard was informed about the new cash-only policy, she then flipped out at me over the phone. The abuse was even worse than before. Yelling, cussing, threatening me with legal action. Amber said that I had broken our agreement to satisfy the open invoices. She also stated that I was a, quote, dishonorable piece of shit. During the attempt to facilitate the repairs, modifications, and addition, here comes Big Bad David Heard, the Michael Vick dogfighter coming your way. Sarah, I think you're muted.
Of course I am. Would it be anything else?
Sorry about
I
that.
keep bumping it. It's my fault. Anyway,
I've done it myself. I mean, it's just like if you put it where your leg is, you'll hit. It's a very sensitive mute button too.
It's so
If you're
annoying.
using one on
Anyway,
mute.
but I forgot about that he makes an appearance in this deposition. But,
Yes. This
oh
is the
my
best part.
God.
This is easily the best part.
He taught her everything she knows.
And she goes to her dad to threaten people at gunpoint
Of
when
course.
shit doesn't go her way.
Well, you remember when they pulled up? Well, sorry everybody, but in the Overhaulin episode, they pull up in Depp's SUV. David Heard, the way they set it up, David Heard was in a fight with like some guy in charge of the garage, and he assaulted the guy. She gets out of the car because the fake police are there. She gets out of the car saying, "You're not arresting him, are you?"
He deserved it.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
this was true, yes, we are.
And she like this is such their first go-to part of the prank was her dad gets in so many disputes and altercations, physical, verbal, and gun otherwise, that this is the way we're gonna write this, because this is such a day at the office for David Hurd to be in some dispute at gunpoint
Mm-hmm.
like this, and they bought it, and she bought it hook, line, and sinker, and Sarah's absolutely right. And so
Some of it, though, it would look like some of the lines they were spouting were very rehearsed, in my opinion.
Oh, totally.
Like that phone call they played the audio of where they call
Yeah.
her.
That sounded completely staged.
Yeah, this is her. It's like, this is not. Okay, come on.
It sounded like a Scott and Todd phone scam.
I want to play the theme. See, if we were recording, I'd play the theme right here. Opie and Anthony shout out. Sorry. Okay.
To the Mustang, I received many text messages and phone calls from Amber's father, Mr. David Hurd, famous dog fighter. After the separation of Amber and Mr. Depp, Mr. Hurd became very bitter towards Mr. Depp, I understand. During a phone call with me, he stated, "That fucking piece of shit is fucking me too, because I'm supposed to get 10% of the money, and without it, I can't produce a movie I was going to make. He's going to ruin my baby's career and blackball him from Hollywood. And when I get him, I'm going to beat the shit out of him. I'm from Texas, and men from Texas carry 45s, and John's going to get the meat of the end of my fucking 45. I told Mr. Hurd that it sounded to me like he was drunk, and he said, "Yeah, maybe I am. I'm going to have to shove the whiskey bottle up your ass now."
Is that where she got that?
I strongly advised him to... Go ahead, Sarah. Sorry.
Is that where she got that from? That story?
It's whiskey,
whiskey
bottles
bottle?
up everyone's asses all the time in this Hurd family. Where would you... How could that possibly be a coincidence?
Nothing is a coincidence.
Whiskey bottles up your ass.
I'm still fascinated by, I need to know how much time it took her to craft every detail, how many sleepless nights she had coming up with this and adding to it. It's just insane.
Well, imagine being David Killackey taking this phone call going, "What on earth am I involved in?" He's probably terrified too.
Nice
because
family guy, you know.
He doesn't know if maybe he thinks she and Depp will get back together, and maybe he thinks, "Oh my God, what do I do?" So, and he did the right thing. I'll just go to Depp over and over. Everything I hear, I'm just going to go to Depp's side and go, "What do I do with this shit?
Perfect
I'm
way to
leaving it
handle
to
it.
you. How do I handle this?
Mhm.
I'm not saying shit. I'm just going to keep this message. I'm going to show it to you and your lawyers. Tell me how I should handle this. I'll do it if you pay for it, but tell me what I should do."
Mhm.
Because that would be the strangest shit being in the middle of this. Again, after she's already done... The episode is 2 years old at that point, too.
Yeah. So she's got her hooks into these quote unquote peasant mechanics, and she's going to string them along, adding more and more, like her stories, adding more and more detail work, because it can never be perfect, and just gotta pay now. Sorry.
It's like going back to a Chinese buffet that you went to a year ago and go, I didn't get enough sesame chicken. I like that. Can I fill up again? Can I keep going? It's like, no, the episode's over. I'm not going to continue to work on your fucking car. And I love the point that you and Pell and everybody, Dorian Morgan, made in the chat about how is it even a Mustang anymore if you've just stripped it of 80% of what it was. Stop making death threats about Johnny and threats of violence against me. And after getting off the phone, I called Mr. Murphy instantly and reported what Mr. Hurd had threatened, advising him to report it to Mr. Depp's attorney. He assured me that he would, having been raised by a deputy sheriff and homicide detective. I knew to take such threats seriously. Executed this day, the 22nd of November, 2019, Los Angeles, California. By the way, well, his deposition is 4 years after the Overhaulin episode.
Yeah.
I declare under the penalty of perjury the laws of the United States of America and the state of Virginia that the foregoing is true and correct. David J. Killackey. That would have been unbelievable if they used him in the Fairfax trial.
I would have loved to see him on the stand.
Could you imagine him repeating that story?
Oh, yeah. And just her sneering and pretending to write her notes. Yeah.
And them going back to her. Exactly. That would be unbelievable.
Shaking her head and smirking. Oh. One fascinating thing with that trial, too, is as you go along, in the beginning, she's got like the not the sourpuss, but the sad little girl face through the whole thing because she's reliving her trauma. The final day of him being on the stand for the redirect, she's not holding anything back. The true personality is out. It's like the mask slipped and
Yeah.
fell into the garbage disposal, and you can't recover it. She's laughing, smirking, throwing her head back. She is out of character.
Well, don't you think that's what Depp and his legal team are banking on, how
Yeah.
bad she would look just on optics, just basic resting biche, as Gina Bobina would say, face, that it wouldn't work. Depp knew how her charisma does not light up the screen, and I think they were going that the jury would bank on the fact. I mean, they would bank on the fact that the jury would not, just on the optics, she wouldn't be
Mm.
believable. I would say that over and over again.
Yeah. My favorite sad face of hers, though, it's in my head right now, where he goes, I picked it up out of the trash. And it was nail polish. And it turns to her, and her whole side of her face is drooped down because she
Yes.
knows people know now that she is just nothing but a scam artist.
So speaking
My
of
God.
scams, and speaking of her trying to latch on, pretending she's an old soul who likes the same stuffs, where do you think she got the idea for this Mustang, everyone? In
Oh
my
my
opinion,
God, here we go.
this is where she got it.
Fair use. Fair use.
This is
Oh.
only like this is like 30 seconds. So it's not
They
even-
hit us every time. But it's fair use.
The crazy thing about this Jump Street episode, by the way, see that title, Fear and Loathing, and with Russell.
Oh, I
Fear
hate
and
this
Loathing.
episode.
Fear and Loathing with Russell. Who named that title, do you think?
One of the worst episodes.
I like this one.
I hate this episode.
Oh, I love this episode. Depisode.
Let's do a tug of war over this episode.
It's overhauling on 21 Jump. Look at this.
Oh,
Look
it's
what they're
such
doing.
garbage.
It's overhauling on Jump with the same car. This is crazy.
And
This
his friend, Russell Buckins, is ugly. It's nothing good to look at. You have
No,
Depp.
he's also 10 years older than the real Johnny Depp. So they're playing elementary school. He's basically playing like Sal Jenko, but they're the same age. They're 10 years apart, and they're playing
Yeah,
the
but
same age.
just don't put him in a scene with Depp. Young Tommy Hansen.
But you don't buy the same.
No.
Look at this. This is Overhaul. That's his name, Sarah. Angelo Teef. That's the guy who plays Depp's
Buckins.
best friend, Russell Buckins. He's
Oh.
10 years older than him in real life.
Fair use. Transforming content. Oh, hello, darling.
How weird was that? See that name? Right? This is an actor, Tony Stark.
Oh, God.
So being a comic book guy, when I saw this, I sat there and I screaming at everyone going, "That's Iron Man! That's Iron Man! Don't you get it? That's Iron Man's real name." People were like, "Who the fuck?" That's when nobody gave a shit who Iron Man was. Like, Iron Man was like a B-C list character that nobody cared about in those like
Mhm.
late 80s. And I was screaming like, "I can't believe that guy's got the same name as Iron Man," and nobody gave a shit. And now look where we're at now.
What season is this?
2.
Yeah, a little too early for me. I love 3. His look in season 3.
Oh, I thought 2 is the peak depth for you.
That's when I first started watching 21 Jump Street in '88. About, but
Oh, you did say that. You did say that
his
because
look.
yeah, okay.
Oh,
You did
season
say-
3 when he didn't give a crap anymore. He's
Well,
just dirty
he
and
had
yum.
he had 6 toes out the door in season 3.
Yeah.
He had 9 in season 4. But again, it was all about Patrick Hasberg. That
Mhm.
was Depp's muse, not muse, but like that was the producer who gave a shit. Patrick Hasberg, I guess, had the not artistic, but he gave the show its street cred, and he cared about the issue. Depp wanted the issues to be tackled, and Patrick Hasberg, if you see him, he really is like a crusader. His son's a professional surfer, by the way. We're friends on Facebook, and
Of course you are.
he gave a shit about the integrity of the show and the issues. And Depp said the Hasberg, it was almost like Larry David leaving Seinfeld, how it didn't have its thing anymore.
Yeah.
That's the way Depp felt about Hasberg.
Hello, darling.
We have to go. That's my car.
That is a 1967 Mustang, I think is
See, it's not the same.
same car, Sarah. Overhauling.
Fair
Look at it.
use.
Same car. Overhauling. Same car.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'm talking over it on purpose.
What?
Picking
This is
the
a vintage
ear.
machine. It's a work.
Penhall makes a great joke, and I by the way, and I have no problem saying this. I think these two had the best chemistry in TV history. I think you talk about great duos, not just the McQuaid brothers. Depp and DeLuise had phenomenal chemistry on this show.
And in interviews, which I want to cover that one interview, the spring break interview, Depp is defending, or DeLuise is defending Depp's apprehension at
Oh,
this.
with Brian Gumbel?
No, remember that was a print interview where Depp is like, "Yeah, our scripts suck."
Oh, you didn't even. I told you about that.
I read it. You sent it to me.
Interview Magazine, 1989-90. They're on the set of Jump Street in season 4, and they're filming the one that with Manson, when they go to Fort Lauderdale. And Depp is complaining about the show, and DeLuise signs off on the kind of horrible direction the show has gone in, and they're on the wrong track now, and all the writers suck. And DeLuise signs off, and I can't believe you remember that.
I would probably end it here. Sorry, I would watch this whole thing, but
Okay, this is the last one.
I'm paranoid.
It's like Da Vinci. Now it's a Warhol.
I did not get that joke.
Isn't Isaac
when
Baruch?
I get it now. Now it's a Baruch. I know now Penhall said a Warhol there. I was too stupid of a kid. I didn't understand. I didn't know what Andy Warhol was. I thought he said Warhawk. Like it's like a Warhawk, teen crazy muscle car kind of thing. But that was a great comeback by Penhall. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Peter DeLuise. I doubted you all these years. I didn't realize how brilliant. And if you improvise that line, I'm even more impressed.
Yeah. I'm really paranoid here. Okay.
Sarah, we played 10 seconds and we cut it off. I think we're pretty good. And even if that got,
we would know by now.
It's car sounds. Can you imagine? It's 90% of that is car
They
sounds.
still know. I don't. We learned, so I can't take another re-edit of a video and putting it back up
here. Rodney says we had a guy.
Oh, we have Viper Room stuff.
You want to save it for next time?
No, I have it on the thumbnail. How long is it?
We can abbreviate it if you want. We can make it. I mean, it's the Kate Moss anecdote from the Viper Room.
Let's end with Viper Room.
We had a guy who put up a list of goods and collateral for one of his loans. He went to his house, talked to his mama, and gave all the valuable shit. TV, stereo. So wow, that could happen. Like you dupe someone into going, you get a hold of their parents, right? And the parents go, oh, I don't know. And they just get terrified. You go to their house and steal all their shit. That's really, really scary. I'm Googling Amber's Mustang, looking at her getting out of it, wearing the ugliest pair of shoes you could imagine.
Yeah, she's not a fashionista like she thinks she is.
Spot on, Ben. You should take that shit still off the screen in the streets. Yeah, it's visual. We've had like montages that were fine. That's kind of what it feels like. Speaking of toes, are black people still saying 10 toes? Do they say that?
I don't know what that is.
I don't know that reference, Rodney. John O'Reilly, welcome, sir. John O'Reilly, we had a dare, right, for you to go to the Washington D.C. Depp and Beck music show. It's the first of the tour in I think it's mid October, and see if you see Ben Chu at the show, because I believe, according to what you say is spot on, that he will be there, and you could have all your Ben Chu restaurant comments to him. I would kill to see you two in the same room having a tete-a-tete watching a Depp and Beck show. Kill for it. Okay, I'm gonna remove that. You really want to finish with this? Overhaulin Sunday. This is a gentleman named Richard Albertini, who worked at the Viper Room, and he is very much like NA, a Depp. I don't know. Hater is such a simpleton word now. Contrarian. He is pro Amber. He had a falling out with him at some point. He used to be a Viper Room employee. He's a Jesus freak now, and I mean freak. So take this in the spirit that it's intended, with a grain of salt. Take this. Try to use your better judgment and sift through what the truth is here. I've heard this story before. Thank you to Johnny Bye for the Kate Moss biography that we read. It's in the bio. Remember, they reported the jealous rage. So this is about jealousy,
Okay.
and some Viper Room anecdotes. I'll try to get to the meat of it here.
Never, the Stacey Lee Lopez story has never changed.
Okay, so who is this?
Stacey Lopez is apparently they had a model party at the Viper Room. Stacey Lopez is a girl that is a modeling broad that Kate Moss was supposedly dirty dancing with. And
Okay.
according to Richard Albertini, Depp got jealous of this and had her kicked out of the club physically
Okay.
before he did something to he did a number on her before this.
Changed once
No, of
over
course not.
3 years.
No, of course not. And, it's interesting that that's the question today because I would absolutely love.
Is it too loud, Sarah?
You can maybe go. No, I think it's okay.
Rodney
If it's
goes,
too
"Man,
loud, they'll tell us.
Man, look at the heels on Depp's boots, says Rodney. Dom's kid was a moose. Depp had to do what he had to do. No scarves or hats back then to try to. He's still a great pairing those two. DeLuise a big boy. He apparently he played a little college football from what I heard, and dropped out to go into TV. Grieco played college football. You knew that, right?
I think I did.
Central Connecticut.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He was a running back and defensive back, and you could see traces of it in when the Jump Street season 3. You can tell by the way he catches a kick return. I can tell he plays just by the way he brought in the kick return.
To address that. The Word of God tells us that we got to be slow to speak and quick to listen and not to anger.
Well, there's your first word of God, so take this in the spirit.
Of course. I just want to have I want to have the captions come up.
And this is the perfect time for me to be very slow to speak. As you know, we got several criminal reports filed against Paul Barresi, Tug, and Mario Natrini. We have civil litigation, which is imminent. We're just putting everything together. So I really don't want to give these people any more of my oxygen. And it's probably best that I do stop talking about them publicly for a while. But nevertheless, here's the situation. I got a text last night. Somebody sent me Tug. I guess he interviewed Paul Barresi.
Okay, so the umbrella guy.
And there's only 2 points that I want to make.
He goes after him, and he's trying to.
Okay.
Let me see if I can jump
to the dance floor.
Okay, wait. Punk rock pajama party. Okay, so this is the story at the Viper Room right about here.
Cigarette was put out on Stacey Lee Lopez.
Okay, so it crackles a little bit. That's not us. That's him.
That's why we
He's
have
crackling.
Yeah.
So he claims Depp puts a cigarette out on this.
Okay.
Stacey Lopez.
Was rumored.
Bragged about it. Yes, I said that Paul Schindler bragged about it, and I said that Paul Schindler was violent. Interesting segue. The night that the cigarette was put out on Stacey Lee Lopez, it would have been, my best guess is it would have been a Wednesday night because there were so many models in the club, and generally speaking, the models were there for the punk rock pajama party. It was after hours, and Kate was on the dance floor dancing with Stacey Lee Lopez. Johnny was loaded. Johnny, I don't know what he was on. He was very drunk. I don't know what drugs he took that night, but he became very irate at the fact that Stacey was, I guess, kind of getting a little bit close to Kate, almost like a dirty dancing kind of thing. Johnny flew off into a rage, and he ran out into the dance floor, and he pushed Kate out of the way, and he grabbed Stacey Lee Lopez by her hair, and he put a cigarette out on her head. Paul Schindler, interesting enough, was the one that ran in there and pulled Stacey Lee Lopez away from him. He took Stacey, he escorted her out of the club, and I can't remember who he kind of like turned her over to, but he made sure she was okay.
Hence the origin of Schindler's List, Sarah. That's what
Oh my
Schindler's
God.
List really is.
Okay.
Okay. When Paul Schindler came back into the club, Johnny flew off in a rage towards Paul Schindler. And he started yelling and screaming at Paul Schindler, "I'll kill you, you ever do that again." And he started punching holes in the walls in the downstairs corridor and in the private room. The next day, it was early that morning when Sal and Seven McDonald were terrified.
Okay, Sal is Sal Jenko, who
Hmm.
played Blowfish on 21 Jump Street. He is a co-owner manager of the Viper Room at that time. So far, a lot of this checks out, Sarah. I mean, do you think he's lying about this? I don't. That's a lot of detail. I don't
I
know.
don't know. Again, we've just been through a 6 week period. No, I'm sorry, 6 year period where somebody is just stringing these stories together. I don't know. I'm sure he probably got mad. Can you see him though putting a cigarette out on
That's
a woman's head?
if he's drugged out, maybe.
So this guy is suing him now, of course.
It's a lot. And now I believe that he was the guy they used in the Kate Moss book. Do you think they went and it's unauthorized biography? What do? They poke around
Yeah, maybe.
the
Yeah.
person's life and ask, because that's the exact story we read that Johnny Bye Bye got us, the Kate Moss unauthorized biography.
So he has trauma from 30 years ago. I mean, I know that's the
If he worked
case.
at the Viper Room, you're never going to forget that story. I'm not defending that every bit of this
You
is
didn't
right.
do anything though in 30 years until everybody else was coming after him legally.
There's an awful lot of detail here. So I don't know where I stand. I got to go further with this. As far as do I believe some of it? Yeah, I do believe that party. The Viper Room had crazy, weird parties just
Mhm.
like that theme. That sounds legit. He worked there, right? He's got all the names right. I don't know. I don't know what's it's tough. I can't. We're not there, right? Does Depp have to be an angel in every
No,
situation?
and he's certainly not an angel. I'm just trying. What is this guy's motive
He
for
might have gotten
now?
fired. He might have gotten fired and kicked that on his ass and got into a bad way after that.
Yeah, Pell. I agree with Pell. Stuttering John like trauma equals he ran out of money.
John O'Reilly, I'm going to Huntington. Thank you, sir. But I will go to DC and ask Ben to throw me a few crumbs. Like that. Well said. Let me see. It's crazy. Now, so far, I mean, is that not the story not as crazy as I said it was?
Mhm.
Even if it's, I mean, fake or not, there's a lot of. Where was this story back then, though, as you say? Right. I mean, the gossip shit wasn't around what it is
No,
now.
but it still would have been on the cover of my grandmother's Inquirer at some
I think
point.
so too. Unless they were still buddies back then and he waited. But you're right. Like, why is this just surfacing now? Where were you with this years and years ago?
Well, he's in the spotlight, and anybody who brings, litigation against him is going to get attention.
Melvin writes as welcome G Canada. Hashtag Amber's IQ is high.
Yeah. Oh, gee, Canada.
I want to stay outside I want to protest the Beck concert and with that sign and see what
We
and
need a
Depp
hashtag. What's the problem?
Depp stops and reads. He goes, "What is this? Hashtag? What is? Wait, what is? Let me hold on a second, Sean. Amber's IQ is higher than arm. What the fuck is that? It would just be funny to watch him look at it and squint with his bad vision." Melvin says the
Nope.
fucking ticket prices for the Beck Indiana date $364 at its lowest to $1,750.
Nope.
Is that true?
I would have maybe spent $30.
Oh my God, that's crazy. I want to know what Depp gets out of that. I gotta know.
Not much,
Yes,
apparently.
Stuttering John's trauma. Quote, ran out of money. Melvin, great fucking ticket resellers and ignorant scumbags. I hate them so much. Ruin it for all us great concert goers, says G Canada. This Gina wants to know more about the sex parties.
We were going to. We just had other stuff.
Is there a controversy with playing that though? We ran into she's got all sorts of legal stuff out of people using the footage of that or something?
I have to look at it. I don't know.
And it was taken off. It was up, and then she took it down and started charging for it.
Yeah, and then it came back in limited form. So I didn't use it on the show because I didn't want to log in and pay a fee for her website. So
color me jaded, but I just assumed they were doing that the whole time anyway. I knew about that. That wasn't news to me.
yeah,
I assumed I knew that stuff.
Yeah. Threesome, sex parties with Elon.
Yeah, I just assumed that was going on all the time.
Alleged trafficking of some sort.
And we read about it 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And they're acting like this is like some,
it was hinted at.
Yeah, it was totally hinted at.
But yeah, he's a known fixture in like the European sex dungeon scene, which is ugh.
That Paul was going to come back and harm somebody at the club. Paul was very upset at the fact that Johnny had threatened to kill him. But at the same time, Paul Schindler would have never done anything to anybody there. He loved Johnny. He was obsessed with Johnny.
We got to look into this Paul Schindler's List, Sarah. I don't know. This is a new name to me.
Yeah, I've never heard. I was going to ask you, who is this?
He's saying he's obsessed with Johnny. And it looks like he's talking about me, the way it calls him.
Your name is
John.
Paul. Everybody? His real
John
name
O'Reilly.
is Paul Schindler.
Off-topic arm, says John O'Reilly. But I'm not sure. Arm. So my definition of gaslighting, it's actually what you do to start a Kirkland chicken breast.
Oh, I want a chicken
Now
bake
I'm getting hungry, and now I want to. I told you I made my own chicken bakes, right, the other day. It went pretty well. It's
I know you
basically
didn't
just
send me
chicken
any.
chunks
Thanks.
with Caesar dressing, bacon bits, crushed together in a and cheddar, and you could put mozzarella in a like a pizza roll kind of deal, almost like a calzone, glorified calzone.
God. Okay. I'm starving. It's dinner time.
Right away, they were Seven and Sal were trying to figure out how to make this little story go away. The last thing anybody wanted was the big modeling agencies to know, or the bookers to find out that this happened, because that would have dried up the pool of models to come hang out at the club. Again, Paul Barresi is out of his mind. He's twisting up statements. He's embellishing. He's adding to them. And that's what civil litigation is for. So with that being said, I really don't have much else to say. Criminal charges.
How did you know her name was Stacey Lee Lopez?
I was thinking about that before you called me to.
Doesn't it sound like that chick's like in her fourth REM cycle? I mean, she's half asleep. How do you talk like that and function? How do you get through like, you know, Stacey Lee Lopez?
Today, here's where it gets. It's not weird, but here's the deal. Stacey Lee Lopez, whatever modeling agency she was in Los Angeles with another model by the name of Nina. Nina was dating Paul Schindler at the time, and that's why Paul Schindler ran out there and grabbed her. I knew her name was Stacey Lee Lopez because she had even been to our home prior to this happening.
All right, so you had met her and you had talked to her a bit.
Oh yeah, I knew her. I definitely knew her.
This is how you know the world has too many podcasts. This chick has a podcast. Listen to that speech cadence.
Yeah.
Listen to that soporific speech. Could you imagine listening to her for an hour and a half? How fast would you fall into deep fucking REM?
This is sleep, what do you call it? The sleep marathon videos on YouTube.
Yeah.
Hold on, John. It was working. The reason I donated 99 cents, he said that the super chat option wasn't coming up. I just checked it, and it looks like it's working. And no, Melvin, I'm not donating to my own show.
That's like Mariah Carey buying her own albums when Glitter bombed.
Hey, whatever.
She was like, we know for a fact, not for a fact, well, yeah, maybe for that Howard was buying his own book. The title he stole from Jackie, the horrible book with 16 new pages, he transcripted, god awful, height of laziness, that Howard paid for his own book because it doesn't take much these days to be on a bestsellers list. Literally, no one buys books anymore, so you just buy a few hundred copies and you're bumped up to a number you don't deserve to be on. I know he did that. He can't. There's no way he could say what those real numbers were. I don't know anybody who bought that book.
Weren't there crates? There was a report about
yes
crates sitting in a warehouse.
Yes.
I have that book. Ugh.
Monique had some intel on that. She had some gossipy intel on it. Another bit of gossip. Hope we said that Howard is going to, hopefully this awful show ends, and it can't end fast enough for me. And he's gonna want the Letterman deal at Netflix.
I'm going to be very happy.
No
when
lazier
it ends.
gig than that. I can't. I wish it ended 10 years ago.
So we have more time for deppening stuff.
Yep. And the Howard shows can be like speciality,
once in a while you do a Gary show.
Talking about that current stuff is
it's hard to listen to.
There ain't no labor and there ain't no love. I mean, there's a lot of labor. There's no love.
Yep. So you ready to wrap it up, or?
And it was a Wednesday night.
Okay,
it was a Wednesday night because they were actually part of the show. Nina was in the show. It was a punk rock lingerie party. And there was even
It sounds very, very familiar. It sounds very accurate as far as he's got his ducks in a row about Viper Room details. I've heard, the Pussycat Dolls. were like a
Mhm.
fixture at the Viper Room. They all these weird, and a lot of that stuff is, the River Phoenix stuff checks out with the sidewalk and the cover. It sounds a lot almost like conflating the River Phoenix story
Yeah,
with
go
it.
if you want more Viper Room stuff, we have 3 Viper Room episodes.
I wish I had this for that. We could have
Yeah.
incorporated. I feel like doing another one again.
Yeah. We got part 1, part 2, and then we have a shorter version. I think it's like 45 minutes of the disappearance of Anthony Fox pretty much being solved, in my opinion.
Altogether, it's about 6 hours.
Yeah. I think we did a good job on that.
It was early on. It was like the 4th thing we ever did. And it
Mhm.
was pre-recorded and everything.
A special part of the stage built so she could crawl out into the audience. I don't remember what kind of lingerie, but I remember that.
That's a weird thing for a man to
All right,
say.
and so you were saying it was because of
Oh.
so Depp got very angry about Kate dancing with Stacy.
Yes, it was a jealous rage.
Did you talk to Stacy afterwards?
No, she was escorted right out of the club by Paul Schindler.
Do you
She
know
would
Paul
have-
Schindler talked to her afterwards?
Oh God, this
Go ahead,
woman.
Go ahead, Sarah.
This woman.
I can't
She's
believe
talking out of her nose. This Stacy, you don't think she would have sued him immediately, even in the 90s?
that's a great question. The only way to rationalize that, is that she's fearful of the repercussions, or she wants to come back, or she thinks she's going to come back.
I don't give a fuck.
She's such a fame whore that she can't stay away from the club.
If he put a cigarette out on my face, I'm going to take that Sweetser house.
Yeah.
And I'm taking the club too, and then I will burn it down while he watches from a cop car.
My only rationalization was people weren't as litigious then. And
No,
I
for that-
I honestly remember some crazy shit bouncers got away with, like if they just think something's amiss, it's like they have license to do whatever they want. And back then, who's going to go against him? It's the height of hip Hollywood.
Yeah, but this
and the
wasn't
Viper.
the
I'm not making
70s.
excuses. It could be bullshit, but legalese wise and litigious, you would think she would have somebody coming up to her. Maybe there's a lawyer in the place that night going, you got something here. You better fucking sue his ass. Take all his
Yeah.
fucking Jump Street residuals.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's the 90s. If you think about it, the
I don't even
context
think
of
they
the
have.
era, he would have been sued, in my opinion. It's not like it's the 70s on the set of Nickelodeon. They're not as protected in the 90s as he would have been back, 20 years before. I
Yep.
think we would have heard something about that before now.
Lauren Marie, welcome, Lauren. We're three.
Mhm.
Welcome. Please go back, and we brought you up again, as you could imagine, with the Ninth Gate. And I don't know why do we bring her, because we talked about the fans who don't know his film work, and we brought
Yeah.
up Lauren as an example of a.
I don't know. That was like
true
10 hours
cinephile.
ago.
It was 10 hours ago. Just buy me a car and forget it. That would have been great if they used that in the Overhaulin episode. Just
By the
buy
way,
me a car and forget it.
since you're on the topic, everybody keep an eye out on TeePublic on the WINO Forever page for a Mark Harris t-shirt. By the end of tomorrow, I will work through the holiday.
But what quote are we going to use for it?
Why don't you buy me a car and forget it?
That's one. I mean, you could do several quotes from him. Dear Howard Stern, dear President Clinton. Oh, you say you're so presidential, but to me you're only. Or how about put your face in the buttermilk and take a sip?
That's
Or
gross.
it won't be in the country, so. Mark, you come back on the show. Next week you come back on the show. No, I won't. I won't be in the country, so.
I'm not against. Radio Gunk took one of your quotes about the vacation-lution. I have that t-shirt and put it on a shirt.
Yes.
So I wore it so much that you can't even read it anymore. But I have no problem grifting with your quotes.
Join the vacation-lution. And I
Yeah.
think you put the date Sirius launch, right? Like January 9th.
I think it just said
2006.
dash arm. I
Did
don't
it?
know. I don't remember. I can't even read
It might have.
anymore.
It might have had me as like a quote. Pellel says, I believe that being mad and kicking her out. I do believe that. But the cigarette on the head leaves too much of a mark to not hear about it. Also,
Yeah,
too,
and she's a
Amber Heard
model.
used that. Depp,
Yep.
She goes, put another fucking cigarette out on me. That was in the
And when his
audio.
ash drifted, it blew over on her. She's like,
Yeah.
you put your fucking cigarette out on me.
And yeah, she knew she was being recorded, so I think
Of course.
she amped it up.
There's also, you remember the audio where you can hear him walking away. It's not the TMZ audio, but there's the audio where he's walking away and she screams, "Get off me."
Melvin, my friend, that's beautiful. Because this host has all the personality of my aloe vera plant. And this person, Melvin, at some point looked at herself in the mirror and says, yes, I should start a podcast with this personality. Could you imagine sounding like that and going, yes, people need to hear this in long form?
We have a suggestion, a Mark Harris T saying buttermilk is better. I like that.
Do you know how fast this broad would be dumped from Crypto Nymphosi?
Yeah, Paul Schindler definitely talked to her afterwards because there was a little bit of drama back and forth between Johnny and Paul Schindler for a few days.
All right. Do you know anyone
All
else
right.
that knew about this incident or was watching when they were there?
Sal Jinko would have been there, but I don't think he would ever come clean. And Seven McDonald was not there at the time, but Seven McDonald.
So we got two things to look up, Sarah. Seven McDonald.
Who
said it's just a Viper, one of these LA fucking weirdos in that Josh Richmond crew she was talking about, Sarah. A lot of this lines up with, and I wish this shit was here for our Viper Room shows. And this Paul Schindler, like I said, that's how Schindler's List was really formed. It's not about the Jews and Nazis.
I was there in the office in the morning trying to figure out how to just deal with the problem.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Deal with the problem. Now I remember what the problem was. The problem was, how are we going to deal with the problem of Johnny's drinking and using? And how is anybody going to convince him to go to rehab?
Oh, this is crazy shit. This is crazy shit. So do you think this lines up, Sarah, with the Tracy Jacobs intervention?
Yeah, it's the same
Are we going to get more details?
We'll see. You tell me.
So that incident made them want to put him in rehab?
They always wanted to put him in rehab. But again, Johnny had the knack of getting into trouble and doing stupid things. But everybody forgives Johnny because Johnny pays the bills. Johnny's been to AA meetings. Johnny's been to tons of AA meetings. He always used the excuse that he can't get sober because when he goes to meetings, everybody approaches him. As a matter of fact, Big Ray O'Hagan.
There's another one. So Big Ray O'Hagan, Paul Schindler, and Seven McDonald.
The scary entourage.
We got to find these guys. Now, a lot of that checks out, Sarah. Do you remember Depp's excuse about the private jet with his manager when he was completely broke, and the manager's like, you can't fucking charter private jets anymore. You're broke. Can't do it. He's like, no, it'll just be a monumental disaster of epic proportion because I'll be stopped and I can't fly commercial anymore. And we all know. I mean, another reason is you can't transport hard drugs on a commercial airline.
Well, I always thought he didn't want to do the AA because of the religious aspects of it.
Yeah.
That made him uncomfortable, which I get. But
in the hip hop, he knows he'll never stop. Drinking is such a part of his persona, like with Artie. Like we always go, like drinking and drugs, it's part of your brand.
Yeah.
Right? You can't have a sober Depp, Hunter S. Thompson, all the people, all his muses are huge drunkards. He loves it. It's part of his brand. He can't stop. You can't own the Viper Room and be sober, for Christ's sake. It's a drinking club.
Yeah, I know. I didn't mean to lip smack there. Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't even hear it.
So annoying when I do it.
Very good friend of mine. Well, missing, disappeared. Big Ray O'Hagan was Johnny Depp's sponsor in Alcoholics Anonymous.
Interesting. And so
I think it ends.
John O'Reilly says, what year was this? The lingerie parties were happening in the 70s and on 14th Street.
Well, you remember
this was 1995, John.
It's that annoying 90s era when the supermodels were household names.
Yes.
And they probably shouldn't be.
And Kate Moss was at the very pinnacle of,
the
peak of her powers. And she was, that was one of the best time ever to be a supermodel.
Mm-hmm. So you think this show, listening to it, you think it's over? Because she's horrible.
Oh, I know. She keeps going.
So Johnny wanted to.
She's not even asking him good questions. He's just carrying the ball in a way. He's almost like filling in her fucking soporific bullshit.
And I'm kind of bitter because she probably has more like followers than us.
Okay.
So when that happened, they did they blame it on his jealousy, or did they
Take a
blame
check.
it
Oh, it was
on?
definitely, it was his jealousy. Well, actually, it was a little bit of both. It was the jealousy combined with being fueled by drugs and alcohol.
Right. Did you ever hear anyone talk about Stacy after that?
Just
Wake
Paul
up.
Schindler and his girlfriend Nina. But no, she never came back around.
Do you know the full name of Nina?
God, I wish I knew. I wish I knew. I remember what she looks like. About 6 feet tall, long blonde, very curly hair, freckles, very American, like girl next door type.
Oh, that explains it.
What did Stacy Lee Lopez look like?
Long black hair, very thin, pale, tall.
And how old was she then?
I don't believe either one of them was 21. I don't recall exactly, though.
Right, and so this was in the 1990s?
Yes.
No, the 60s.
It's possible like that the age checks out. If you were born in like 1974, 75, you could be underage and be 20 or 19 at the Viper Room at that
So
point. They're not going to give a shit.
is she asking what they look like to prove this is true?
I think yeah, I think sometimes he's just asking general questions. So
Well, he described
he's
50% of the female population. So hair, freckles, this was in the 90s. Yeah. Okay.
Do you remember the jealous rage story about at the Hicksville trailer community with the
Yeah, of course.
exactly the same story.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a Kelly Sue was hitting on Amber Heard, and
Which I
he
buy.
did the same move to her. It's exactly the same story.
Well, his go-to is, do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a wrist?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I
God.
forgot about that quote.
And you got to say, he said that to a stewardess too, according to her. Do you know how fast that stewardess? First of all, that's a federal crime to threaten
Yeah.
a flight attendant. I'll say that. And you know how fast she would have sued him?
I love Depp knowing the. Do you know how many pounds of pressure it would
Oh.
take to break that wrist?
And she was going to testify for him, but they never called her.
How do you know what your wrist even looks like with those 500 bracelets and skull rings on?
Yeah. Oh, I found a new picture of his finger.
And so
Okay.
Go ahead.
I found a new picture that we haven't seen yet of his finger right after the injury.
Yeah.
I am bone chilled. It's so disturbing.
I don't know how you look at that. I have a
I
really
don't
weak
know.
stomach for that stuff.
It's
Especially that level
grotesque.
of cut.
Anyway,
many
sorry, go
small-
ahead. Let's finish
how
this,
many
girl. I
s-
want her out of my life.
John O'Reilly, a lot of drugs happening. Nobody a clear perception of any. I know it's tough to say. Like,
Yeah.
if there's so many drugs going on? How do you believe anybody?
this is the only, and you said you haven't seen other incidents of him be violent
Yeah,
to
she did.
women, but just
Rooster
that alone,
sideburns,
the
welcome.
cigarette put on her head and pulling her hair.
Yeah, I seen fights. I seen fights. I seen arguments. You know, I seen yelling and screaming. I seen threats. But to the best of my recollection, I don't think I ever seen him hit another woman. I seen him hit men.
I hate
seen
men.
him, like I said, I seen him go off on Bruce Corkum.
Hornsby.
I
I know for sure I seen him get violent toward.
So that's another one, Sarah, for us. Bruce Corkum. We gotta
I'm-
record these
There's
names.
too many people in this entourage. I don't have
No,
enough
we
time
gotta
to
get.
Google
I gotta get
25
these names
names.
down.
Paul Schindler, and I know for sure I seen him sick bouncers on people.
That's what you do when you own a club.
So when Bruce Corkum mentioned the cups,
But we had a video of the guy heckling Hunter S. Thompson. Not heckling.
Yeah, they threw him out.
It was. I didn't even think it was a big deal. I never would have thrown someone out for that.
Yeah.
And he threw a dude out. It's actually on video, and I have it on our Patreon channel where a dude just says some little repartee with Hunter S. Thompson, and he has him kicked out. He turns to Thompson and he just goes, "You want him out? You want him out? You want him out? Oh yeah, you want him out?" And Thompson goes, "Oh yeah. Let's get him out. Get him out of here." And then it was a black bouncer and someone else come up from behind him, and they didn't drag him out, but it's like the guy wanted to get thrown out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I didn't think it was a big deal at all.
It looks set up to me because the guy had
Yeah,
a smile on
maybe
his face the whole time.
Could have been.
thrown at him, did you see that?
I don't. When he said it, did I witness a specific event? No. Had I seen Johnny throw shit at him? Absolutely. Johnny used to talk about him being an idiot.
Probably
Okay,
was.
so you saw that throw items at
Oh yeah,
Bruce Corkum, his assistant.
yes, his stand-in,
That's right.
who but also acted as assistant.
That's right. So that he was a stand-in in movies, and I remember that. Goddamn, it's coming back to me now. Bruce Corkum. That's right. You know,
Mhm.
remember that thing, Every Cake Neil that Boff found for us. We have it on our Patreon. The short movie he did.
Yeah.
He's in that. They have an Every Cake Neil reunion, and he's in that. Bruce Corkum.
Mhm.
Interesting.
And again, I'll remind you, in that video of everybody leaving the club that night, where Paul Schindler is the guy out at the front with the purple suit, Bruce Corkum is the guy with the pompadour haircut and the beige jacket,
Pompadour.
and I think he was wearing jeans. Kind of like a James Dean kind of looking guy.
Did anyone else talk about
Gina Bobina goes, "What AM station is it?" It's 1010 Wins, Gina, out of New
It's
York.
his
it's
violence
nauseating.
towards any of his partners?
No, because I never known him to be violent towards the partners.
So we'll stop it there. So this guy, you know, he sounds credible because he doesn't across the board. He says, no, well, he's not violent towards this person. He's violent here. And maybe he's got something here. Maybe this did happen. Is it ridiculous that Depp, in some kind of heroin or speedball rage, would put a cigarette out on this broad?
I would say half of it happened, and the other half he's just happy to get some attention from this hack.
Okay. Again, we don't know. We don't know. He's
We
not
of
an
course we
angel.
don't know.
We don't know. But that he sounds credible in a lot of ways. I mean, you could have 100 people listen to this audio and ask, I don't know, you might get 50-50 on it.
Mhm. But when you end it, don't forget the video.
Brendan says I would buy a Mark Harris t-shirt in a second.
That's why I'm going to make one.
Is better. I gotta put. People love Mark Harris. I gotta put all his stuff on the Patreon, just because people want it on there. I don't know if I break it up or put like a massive compilation together. Rehab doesn't work when you don't want to go. Agreed. I love this host. It's a hate watch. Arthur
Yeah.
Let's hear the beer song. I can't wait to see your ending.
It's nothing.
Eric the Midget and her have their own show together.
Don't get overhyped.
It's like her president is a bad SNL sketch. It is almost like the Alec Baldwin Sweaty Balls sketch with Molly Shannon. It has a bit of a tinge of that, like that NPR.
You have an opportunity where this is potentially an exclusive for you,
Oh, I
where
know.
you can get so much attention off of this, and you're like asleep.
She makes Terry Gross sound like Pat Cooper, right,
Ugh.
guys? Like
Ugh.
telemarketers reading off a script. President Polk, David's AA sponsor. That's Melvin. Hear me out. Can we October a few of her podcasts? I'll think about it, Melvin. I'll think about it. It's a very, very. I don't even know how I found it. Like nobody knows.
Does
this
she even
shit
have any
exists.
other episodes?
I don't know how I found this because I was looking at Barresi a lot. So on my YouTube,
So was
the
I.
recommendations came up, and that he came up, and I'm like, oh
How
my
did
god,
you not, when you're researching Barresi, how did you not find what I found?
I'm not looking for Playgirl pictures.
All I did was
Greco.
an image search and it came up.
I know what that stuff exists. I'm not looking for them. You're a deviant. I mean, you are.
Well, that's true.
You are a huge deviant.
See, I was like, okay, how big is he? Oh, all right. I see why he's in porn, but it's not my porn.
You make Melvin look like Anne Marie McCann. Bigger entourage than New World Order, says Affy. Andrew Morgan. Johnny should have hired Patrick Swayze and Sam Elliott for the Viper Room, and the problems would have handled by the cooler. That's a great
The double douchebag.
Roadhouse reference, Andrew. All right, Gina. Thank you so much again. Again, Crypto Nymphosi, the Kryptonian female villain. Gina's posing at. Have a good night. Melvin, double douche, Andrew Morgan. Depp would never waste a yummy brown cigarette on anybody. All right, everyone. So that ends this. I love that, Affy. Depp would never waste a yummy brown cigarette.
There you go.
That's a great point. That is a great point. Lauren Marie. So everyone, this is what Sarah put up tonight to end this show. I want to thank everyone for joining us. This is Arm for Sarah saying no time is a good time for goodbyes. And I believe Radio Gunk is coming back this week in some capacity, but we shall see. We will be back, I believe, Thursday for Soel Moonfry Thursday with David
And probably
and
just the boys.
Balo. And hopefully Sarah drops by. We'll see. So what's it called, Sarah? It's called Ending or
Close.
Close. Okay. So anyone, thank you again, everyone. This is Arm for Sarah saying, no time is a good time for goodbyes.